네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 행사가 이제 곧 시작될 예정입니다. 입장하고 계시는 참가자 여러분께서는 모두 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이제 행사가 곧 시작될 예정입니다. 지금 현재 입장하고 계시는 분들께서는 모두 장내로 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
여러분의 안전을 위해 비상시 대피로를 알려드립니다. 지금 여러분께서 계신 곳은 본관 다목적 홀입니다. 안전한 대피를 위해 여러분이 계신 곳과 가장 가까운 출구와 피난 계단의 위치를 확인하여 주시기 바랍니다. 비상시에는 화살표 방향으로 신속하게 대피하여 주시기 바랍니다. 비상대피 시 주의사항을 알려드리겠습니다. 화재 시에는 물에 젖은 손수건 등으로 코와 입을 막고 자세를 최대한 낮추어 이동하여 주시기 바랍니다. 엘리베이터 탑승은 위험하니 반드시 안전한 피난 계단을 이용해 주세요. 소화기와 소화전의 위치는 다음과 같습니다. 소화기 사용 방법입니다. 소화기를 바닥에 두고 안전핀을 뽑아줍니다. 호스를 빼고 노즐을 불 쪽으로 향해 줍니다. 손잡이를 눌러 분말을 골고루 분사해 줍니다. 서울시는 시민의 안전을 최우선으로 생각합니다. 즐겁고 안전한 방문 되시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 본 행사에 참석해주신 모든 예외 귀빈 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이제 곧 행사가 시작될 예정입니다. 모두 자리에 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 인사부터 드리겠습니다. 네, 안녕하십니까. 2022 서울국제 기후환경포럼을 온라인과 오프라인으로 함께 참석해주신 내외 귀빈 여러분께 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 오늘 영광스러운 자리에 함께하게 된 사회자 조주연입니다. 반갑습니다.
I will be serving as your MC for today's event.
네, 국내외 많은 분들 그리고 이곳 시청에서 참여하시는 분들, 온라인으로 참여하고 계시는 분들 반갑습니다. 네, good morning, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests. It is deeply an honor to be here today as your MC. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and thank you once again for attending the Seoul International Forum on Climate and Environment 2022. 네, 본 포럼은 한국어와 영어, 중국어 동시 통역이 제공이 되고 있습니다. 현장에 계신 분들께서는 지금 테이블 위에 올려있는 통역 수신기를 활용을 해주시고요. 이어폰을 끼시고 전원을 켜신 다음에 채널 선택을 해주시면 되겠습니다. 채널 1번이 한국어, 채널 2번이 영어, 그리고 채널 3번이 중국어입니다. So this forum provides simultaneous interpretation for our services. So please turn on your device and turn to channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English, and channel 3 for Chinese. 네, 그리고 온라인으로 시청하고 계시는 분들 같은 경우에는 각 언어별 참여 방법은 포럼 홈페이지를 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. And please refer to the forum website for how to participate in each language. 이번 서울국제기후환경포럼은 기후변화에 좀 더 효과적으로 대응하고 코로나19 사태로 증가하는 폐기물의 지속 가능한 처리를 촉진하기 위해서 마련된 포럼입니다. 각 도시의 제로웨이스트 정책 추진과 순환경제 실현을 통해서 지구를 보다 지속 가능하게 만들기 위해서 지구를 위한 통행 제로웨이스트라는 주제로 진행되고 있습니다. 이번 포럼도 제로웨이스트라는 취지에 맞춰서 인쇄물 등을 최소화하고 있습니다. 포럼 진행 순서 등은 테이블 위에 있는 QR코드를 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 오늘부터 양일간 개회식과 기조연설 그리고 고위급 토론회 4개의 주제별 세션이 마련되어 있습니다. 내일까지 끝까지 많은 관심과 시청 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 그럼 본격적인 포럼 시작에 앞서서 오늘 개회식에 참석해 주신 내외 귀빈분들을 소개해드리는 연설을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 한 분 한 분 소개해드릴 때마다 따뜻한 환영의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 먼저 이회성 IPCC 의장님 참석해 주셨습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 다음은 마리아 카스티오 페르난데스 주한 EU 대사님 참석해 주셨습니다. Thank you very much. 이어서 문길주 고려대학교 에너지환경대학원 석좌 교수님께서 참석해 주셨습니다. 다음은 기후환경 컨설턴트이신 제임스 쿠퍼 박사님께서 참석해 주셨습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 마지막으로 서울특별시 오세훈 시장님 참석해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 참석해주신 내외빈분들 진심으로 감사드립니다. 네, 그럼 이어서 본 포럼의 주제 영상을 함께 시청하시도록 하겠습니다.
Industrial development has increased population and made our life prosperous. Yet the waste problem is getting worse, and global warming is intensifying extreme weather events and posing serious threats to our life and the planet. Reaching carbon neutrality and net zero emissions are necessary to limit global warming to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We need to take action to attain the goal and save our planet. Together for the Earth. Is zero waste possible? Humanity is faced with multiple crises. Waste generation, considered as the main culprit of environmental pollution, grows more than ever. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the global waste problem. It significantly increased generation of medical waste and the consumption of single-use items. Such waste is often sent to landfills, polluting our environment and threatening our life. Now is the time for us to take action for zero waste to overcome this crisis. Zero waste means more than simply reducing waste generation. It means to shift a circular economy through sustainable consumption, reuse and recycling, and strong regulations. Collective efforts and cooperation are required to overcome this global crisis. That is why Seoul is implementing its Paris Agreement-compliant Climate Action Plan, Action for Zero Waste, to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. In this sense, urban policymakers, business leaders, and experts are gathered for the Seoul International Forum on Climate and Environment 2022 to pull their heads together for inclusive climate action and zero waste. Zero waste for sustainability. It is our common challenge and collective action to attain carbon neutrality and to coexist with the Earth.
네, 감사합니다. 주제 영상을 함께 시청하셨는데요. 이어서 약자를 위한 동행, 그리고 매력특별시 서울을 만들고 계시는 오세훈 서울특별시장님의 환영사를 함께 청해보겠습니다. 따뜻한 박수로 맞이해 보겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
예, 2022 서울국제기후환경포럼에 참석해 주신 반갑습니다. 서울시장입니다. 먼저 바쁘신 중에도 귀한 시간 내셔서 포럼에 참석해 주신 IPCC 이회성 의장님, 또 마리아 카스티오 페르난데스 주한 유럽 대사님, 그리고 문길주 고려대 에너지환경대학원 석장교수님, 또 각 세션을 통해서 좋은 인사이트를 함께 나눠주신 해외 도시 전문가들과 기업 대표님들께 진심으로 감사와 환영의 인사를 드리겠습니다. 범지구적인 기후위기에 직면해 있는 우리는 이를 함께 극복하고 포용적 기후행동을 실천해야 할 운명공동체로 이 자리에 이렇게 모였습니다. 그리고 지구를 위한 동행 제로웨이스트를 주제로 열리는 이번 서울국제기후환경포럼이 포용적이고 지속가능한 지구를 만들기 위한 도시의 행동을 찾는 소중한 기회가 되기를 기대하고 있습니다. 지금 전 세계적으로 폐기물 발생량이 다른 어떤 환경 오염보다도 빠르게 증가하고 있습니다. 특히 코로나19 팬데믹을 계기로 확산된 비대면 생활 방식은 일회용품 사용, 플라스틱 배출량을 급격하게 증가시켰고 쓰레기 문제는 지속가능한 지구를 만들기 위한 우리의 노력을 더욱더 어렵게 만들어가고 있습니다. 세계 각국에서는 폐플라스틱이 일으키는 환경 문제의 심각성을 다양한 규제를 통해서 일회용 플라스틱을 줄이기 위한 노력을 기울이고 있습니다. 서울시 역시 2050 탄소 중립 달성을 위해서 2026년까지 온실가스 30% 감축을 도전적인 목표를 설정하고 건물, 교통, 에너지, 폐기물 등 여러 분야에서 기후변화 대응 종합 계획을 추진하고 있습니다. 특히 폐기물로부터 지구를 건강하게 지키기 위해서 제로웨이스트 서울을 본격적으로 추진해서 일회용품을 줄여나가는 동시에 친환경 소비를 적극적으로 장려하고 배출된 폐기물을 수거해서 재활용하거나 재사용하는 순환 경제로의 전환을 이러한 재사용과 재활용 매각되는
not only reduces waste that ends up in landfills or incinerators, it creates jobs, providing new economic opportunities for social enterprises and the vulnerable.
이제 서울시는
The city
세계
of
모든
Seoul will
도시들과
join
손잡고
forces with cities
기후
around the
약자를
world
포용하는 한편
in embracing those especially vulnerable to climate
순환 경제로의
change.
전환을
We also
위해서
hope
함께
to join other cities
나아가고자 합니다.
as we move towards
모쪼록
zero waste
이번
and a
포럼이
circular economy.
기후 위기의
I
벽을
sincerely
넘어서
hope that this forum will serve as a
지속
venue
가능한
for us to
미래를
consider
도시의
together the role
역할과
of cities
실현 방안을
as well as
함께
action
모색하는
plans that will help us
값진
overcome the
동행의
climate
시간이
crisis
되기를
towards a sustainable future. Thank you.
네, 오세훈 서울특별시장님께서 환영사를
Thank you very
해주셨습니다.
much, Mayor
범지구적
Osehoon,
기후위기를
for
극복하기
your
위해서
welcoming remarks.
지금이야말로 제로
I think
웨이스트를
that
실천해야
we
할
need to
때가
realize
아닐까
as your ways to
생각을
overcome
하는
the
그런
global
언니였습니다. 다시
challenges
한번
that we
좋은
all
말씀
face. Thank you
감사합니다.
very much for your
네,
meaningful
이어서
words.
C40의
And
마크
next, we would
와츠
like to
부국장님께서
invite the
축사를
Executive Director of
전해주셨습니다.
C40,
영상으로
Mr. Mark
함께
Wyatt,
만나보시죠.
for his congratulatory remarks.
Good morning all. It's a real pleasure to be with you today, albeit virtually. I'm dialing in from London in the United Kingdom. My name is Mark Watts. I am Executive Director of C40, which is an organisation of nearly 100 of the world's major cities. The mayors of those cities have been working together now for well over 17 years to really push each other on science-based climate action and are showing real collaborative political leadership on climate breakdown across the world, across geographic boundaries, across cultural, political and economic differences. They're working together. And I'd like to congratulate Mayor O and the City of Seoul, who've been long-time collaborators in C40, for hosting this event, which is focusing on the circular economy and promoting zero waste policies in cities. This is a really important part of reducing emissions in cities. I'd also like to thank Mayor O for his virtual participation in C40's World Mayors Summit in Buenos Aires a few weeks ago. He dialed in at almost midnight Seoul time to discuss with mayors from across the globe about transformative and inclusive climate actions. And Mayor O highlighted in that speech the importance of engaging citizens in climate action, demonstrated by the Eco Mileage and Civic Fund, and how climate action can lead to multiple co-benefits, creating more jobs, improving public health, delivering energy bill savings, as shown by Seoul's Building Energy Efficiency Programme. Many of you will have seen the recently published annual emissions gap report from the United Nations Environment Programme. It found that at the moment there isn't a credible pathway to stay under the maximum safe limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius of global heating that's in place across world governments. In fact, on the basis of current national commitments, global temperatures are estimated to reach around 2.6 degrees Celsius, a complete disaster within some of our lifetimes. That record at national government level really contrasts with the achievements of C40 cities, which as a condition of membership are committed to delivering their fair share of halving global emissions by 2030. And when we measure progress on that in C40, we can see that what we call high impact actions, the delivery of those has trebled across C40 cities in the last decade. And that means that 75% of C40 cities are reducing emissions faster than their respective national governments. But while cities, I think, are doing the most to tackle the climate crisis, no one is doing enough. And even C40 cities need to scale up action more quickly. Indeed, we need the delivery of those high impact actions to triple again, but this time in the next 8 years. So when we look at waste management, obviously it's one of the primary services that city governments provide to their citizens, but action in this sector can also have a great impact on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Waste can emit methane, a greenhouse gas whose impact on the climate is 87 times greater than carbon dioxide while it's in the atmosphere. So targeting waste is a powerful way for cities to reduce climate impact quickly. Big, fast action on waste management is key to making our cities cleaner, healthier, more resilient and inclusive. So in C40 to date, 27 of our cities are part of our Zero Waste Accelerator, which means committing to reduce municipal solid waste generation per person by at least 15% by 2030 compared to 2015, to reduce the amount of municipal solid waste disposed to landfill and incineration by at least 50%, so halving it by 2030 compared to 2015, and to increase the diversion rate away from landfill and incineration to at least 70% by 2030. So I hope you can see there cities are going beyond simply reducing the amount of waste sent to landfill and embracing the concept of the circular economy to achieve those targets by taking action to keep resources in the economic system for as long as possible and phase waste out of the system altogether. Given the multiple challenges faced by cities in recent years, it's really remarkable to see what cities, and I include Seoul right at the top of that list, continue to achieve. We have to continue to take bold action, fast action to avoid global catastrophic heating. Thank you again, Mero. Thank you to the City of Seoul for hosting this very important forum on the topic of waste and for your continued dedication towards ambitious science-based climate action.
네, 마크 와츠 국장님께서
Thank you
축사를
very much,
전해주셨습니다. 전
Executive
세계
Director
도시
Mark
네트워크를
Watts.
대표해서 축사
Representing cities
전해주셨습니다.
around
다시
the
한번
world, he
좋은 말씀
delivered the
감사합니다.
congratulatory
네, 이어서
remarks.
전
Thank you
지구적
again.
기후변화 문제 해결을
Next,
위해서 노력을
I would
해주고
like
계시는
to
IPCC
invite our
이회성
keynote
의장님께서
speaker,
기조
Chair of
연설을
IPCC,
해주시겠습니다.
Lee
네,
Hae-sung.
큰 박수로 모셔보도록
Please welcome
하겠습니다.
him with a big hand.
오늘 여러분들과 함께 기후변화 이슈에 대해서
A great pleasure to talk about climate change with all of you here today.
제 요지 말씀의 요지가 기후변화 문제가 근본적으로
Today, I will talk about how climate change issue is essentially about national infrastructure, and I will talk about how it is essentially a matter of policy choice on the part of national governments.
여러 기회에
I have had many opportunities and occasions to discuss climate change,
청중이나 기자들과
and most of the journalists and participants frequently ask me,
의장 개인으로서
as chair of the IPCC, what am I doing to contribute to lower emissions?
그런 걸 받을 때마다
And whenever I
서울에
receive those
살고
questions,
있다는 것에 관해서
I always tell them that I'm grateful that I am a Seoulite. I've been to many cities, but Seoul is one of the cities that has the best public transportation system. Of the many mega cities in the world, the city is highly energy efficient, and
여러 생산되는 수송을
they have plans to operate public transportation based on emissions of free fuel like hydrogen.
수송 부분의 에너지
It is very difficult for an individual to lower carbon footprints without such an efficient public transportation system. A few years ago, there was a report by IPCC, and in that report it said that in order to reduce carbon emissions of transportation, one of the options or one of the ways we can do that is to walk to places. And because of that sentence, IPCC was heavily criticized because there are countries where the only option is walking anyway, so they felt that this was not a viable solution, and I believe that their criticism was correct. And there is a lot of CO2 that is emitted from buildings, and that accounts for 20% of the total global emissions. If you look at the corporations or individuals that are using that building, they have no choice but to use the electricity that is provided to them through the building. So the only thing they can do is to use less electricity. They really have no control or choice over how that energy is created. So to demand that people reduce CO2 emissions through individual effort when they have such little control does not seem to make sense. And so that is why we need systemic institutional initiatives pursued by governments. And that's why the government and countries should build a zero-waste infrastructure. And that is also the responsibility of governments. And in that sense, resolving climate change is a fundamental responsibility of states.
기업 투자,
So personal action, corporate investment, and local regulations, these are all important. But a national signal, a national movement toward climate change response is of utmost importance. And without that, climate change will not be resolved. In the past decade or so, there's been a lot of expectation regarding ESG, and IPCC has verified the effectiveness of ESG, and I believe that ESG is important, but currently the verdict is that ESG has not contributed substantially to climate change. You can check this in the IPCC report. As you know, there are other crises as well, other than the climate crisis, that we have an energy crisis and a potential food crisis that is looming. And in Egypt, COP27 was held recently, and 197 countries gathered in Egypt to discuss the climate change issues. And it's been 30 years since the pact has signed, and we have been holding COP meetings. But if you look at the energy crisis countries, they don't have their own separate meeting, and there's not a separate meeting for the parties to food crisis either. Energy and food are issues that emerge in the market and are usually resolved in the market. This is at the crux of the climate change problem. Stable climate is very essential to humanity, but it is not resolved in the market. It cannot be resolved in the market because it is not a commodity that can be traded in the market. So the problem is there, but there is no market. So that is why carbon stabilization, it should be a government, national initiative. And furthermore, climate change is a global issue. It's not the issue of one country, so all countries must act together. Therefore, it is also closely related to economy and politics. We need to reduce the total greenhouse gas emissions in order to defend the 1.5 degree line. And that is the only way we can stop climate change. Carbon neutrality 2050 is about achieving zero carbon, and it is based on a scientific analysis. If we are to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, that means that we will have to defend the 2 degrees Celsius mark. IPCC's goal is 1.5 degrees Celsius. If you look at the remaining carbon budget under the 1.5 degrees scenario, we have a carbon budget of 5 million, around 5.1, actually 510 gigatons CO2. So IPCC found that cumulative CO2 emissions that will be emitted will be around 510 gigatons to reach 5.5 degrees target. However, existing infrastructure based on fossil fuels is projected to produce 660 gigatons. This means that in order for us to defend the 1.5 degree target, we need to transition much of the infrastructure based on fossil fuels to emissions-free structures, and possibly an early withdrawal of fossil fuel-based infrastructure, and this will result in a local economic downturn. So that is why we also need to pursue an equitable transition. And in order to achieve our goal, we also need to implement carbon capture and storage technology for that transition to happen. So as you can see, it is likely to incur a huge cost, and to defend the 1.5 degree mark, it means that for the next 30 years, CO2 emissions must fall at an annual rate of 7%. and I'm talking about global CO2 emissions. In 2020, the COVID pandemic occurred and emissions did fall 7% that year. At the same time, the global economy shrunk by 4%. So carbon neutrality is a goal that we can reach by reducing CO2 emissions by an annual rate of 7%. So that doesn't mean that the economy will shrink by 4%. The economy will continue to grow, but global CO2 emissions must fall by an annual 7% until 2015. This means that we need a lot of systemic and institutional change. I'm sure everybody will agree that this will be a huge challenge. And so IPCC has considered many different pathways and options. And I'm sure you are well aware that we are proposing higher energy efficiency and also reducing CO2 content in fuels, and also to reduce the global greenhouse gas emissions, to expand forests, to enhance and increase the absorption of CO2. So these are some of the proposals that we have put forth in our comprehensive report. And of course, what is important are policies. And especially important is establishing rules and regulations and laws in the energy sector to allow for this transition to happen. And we have also verified that these policies can be effective. And we have also proposed that we need a significant more amount of investment. We need more climate finance to finance this transition. This is a global challenge. And so that's why we need cooperation, and we also need developed countries to implement their commitments to developing countries. And this is the only way we can achieve our goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And the report is very clear about these options and the consequence. Mark Watts, the executive director of C40 Cities, mentioned that if we remain on this track that we are on, we will not be able to defend the 1.5 degrees Celsius, but in fact, we may even reach 3 degrees Celsius. So in conclusion, carbon neutrality, at the essence of carbon neutrality is energy transition. But more fundamentally, energy transition is about transitioning the materials, the raw materials, the oil, gas, coal. We need to replace them with cobalt, nickel, and aluminum. And carbon neutrality is basically, in that sense, fundamentally an issue about circulation. Of course, when we implement transition, this will bring new issues. Technology helps us solve the issue at hand, but at the same time, it may give rise to other issues that we did not expect. So through transition, we will achieve carbon neutrality, but we do not have a guarantee that the load that this puts on the ecosystem will be effective. So we will need a lot of cobalt, nickel, and aluminum, and we have to think about and consider how that will impact the supply chain and what kind of issues that will entail. So these are some of the future issues that we must consider. So we must stay within the planetary boundaries. We have to think of ways to improve our quality of life within the planetary boundaries. Within the nature system, all materials and resources circulate and achieves a balance. And this is what we need to model our efforts after. We need to build a raw material or material circulation system that is like nature, and that is the only way we can achieve our goal. And this is how humans will ultimately be able to achieve balance with the environment. And we also have to recognize that this is our ultimate goal, to find a balance between humans and the environment. I hope that this forum will help us touch upon the fundamental issue regarding climate change. Thank you very much.
네, IPCC 이회성
Thank you very
회장님께서
much. That was the
프로의
chair
자리를
of
해주셨습니다.
IPCC,
좋은
Yu
말씀
Song,
다시 한번
with his
감사합니다.
keynote speech. Thank you very much
네,
for your
이어서 개회식을
insightful speech.
마치고 저희
We are now
기념
going to
촬영을
conclude the
진행하도록
opening
하겠습니다.
ceremony,
네,
and we will now
외빈분들께서는
have
무대
a
위로 올라와 주시면
commemorative group photo. I would like to ask
네,
all of the
앞으로 먼저
distinguished guests
모시겠습니다.
to come up to the stage for the group photo.
네, 현장에 계신 분들께서는 잠시만 기다려 주시면
So
저희
for those
촬영
participants who are
진행
joining us here at the
후에
venue,
프로는
please remain
진행하도록
in your
하겠습니다.
seats
네,
during the
앞쪽에
group
카메라를
photo.
바라봐
So
주시고요.
please face
잠시만
the cameras,
기다려
and if you could
주시면
please wait a minute or two, we greatly appreciate it.
네, 저희가 사진 촬영을 위해서 마스크는 잠시 벗고
And we are going
진행하겠습니다.
to remove our masks for a minute for the group photo shoot.
네, 앞쪽 카메라를 바라봐 주시고요. Please watch the cameras in the center. 네, 활짝 웃어 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 현장에 계신 분들께서는 박수 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, please a big round of applause for the photo. Thank you very much. 네, 다시 한번 감사합니다. 이제 자리로 모시겠습니다.
Once again, thank you very much. Please return to your
Thank you very
seats.
much. 네, 다시 한번 사진 촬영에 임해주셔서 감사합니다. 이어서 고위급 토론회가 있겠습니다. 무대 정리를 한 이후에
Once the stage is set, we are going to begin with the next part of our program, which is the opening plenary session. So we will take a short break before the next opening plenary session. The opening plenary session will begin at 10:40. Thank you.
네, 그럼 지금부터 토론회를 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다.
We will now begin the
네, 이
plenary
토론회는
session.
지구의 온도 상승을 억제하고
This plenary session will be about the climate vulnerable and also the circular economy and ways to limit global warming. We have a panel of experts and we will gain insight from their different perspectives. I would now like to introduce the moderator for this session, James Hooper, and also Mario Castillo Fernandez, the Honorable Ambassador of the European Union Delegation to the Republic of Korea, and Lee In-gun, Director General for Environment of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and Moon Gil-ju, who is the Distinguished Professor at Korea University. We also have two panelists who are joining us online. Joining us from San Francisco, the U.S., we are joined by Acting Director of the San Francisco Environment Department, Tyrone Jue, and we are also joined by the Regional Director for East, Southeast Asia, and Oceania of C40 Cities, Milagros San Jose Ballesteros. We would now like to introduce Dr. James Hooper, who will be moderating this session. Dr. Hooper is the Principal Sustainability Consultant at Mott MacDonald.
안녕하세요. 우리가
Hello.
해외에서 참여하는 전문가.
We have experts joining us from abroad, so I will be using English from now on.
It's a pleasure to be able to be here today to moderate this expert panel. I think there's a few key things that we can keep in mind as we speak about the role that we can play in achieving zero waste and also how that will help us to achieve net zero. So, first of all, although cities only account for about 3% of the Earth's surface area, currently about 56% of the world's population live in cities. That's projected to increase to 70% by 2050. In Korea, that figure is already 81%. So 81% of the Korean population live in urban areas. And as we know, if we look at Seoul and Gyeonggi together, look at that kind of greater Seoul area, that's half of the Korean population that lives in this metropolitan area. In terms of global emissions, cities account for approximately 75% of carbon emissions, 80% of energy consumption, and more than 75% of resource consumption. So cities really are the key. They're the major problem, but if we can solve the problem in cities, then we can solve the majority of the problem globally. As IPCC Chair Lee Hae-sung spoke about, economy and politics have to play a big role in finding a solution. And that's because it really comes down to the economy. How do we reorganize our economy to provide sustainable prosperity for our citizens? And that's tricky because the economy supports jobs and we have a growth paradox. We want to try and grow the economy and reduce emissions at the same time. And how do we do that when we have an economic reality that's linked to production and we need to try and decarbonize that production? So I think there's a couple of key points here. One is that the majority of emissions ultimately come down to supply chain. Everything we buy has to have undergone resource extraction, transport, manufacturing, packaging, retail, every single item that we buy. And that then goes into waste. And we have to work out what to do with those resources once we've purchased them. So I think one of the key things that we should keep in mind as we undertake this discussion is that quantity of possessions doesn't necessarily equal quality of life. And that part of this discussion, as well as finding how to achieve a circular economy, also needs to focus on how do we reduce our consumption to begin with. And that might involve looking or focusing more on service economy and what we can do in terms of human services to each other and our interactions and how that provides us with a sense of well-being and happiness as opposed to buying objects. So I'd like to kind of use that as the setting and now move into the discussion. So the first question that I have for all of the panelists is to ask about, I guess, the role that we have in solving climate change, but particularly how that affects the most vulnerable in society. So the first question is that the most vulnerable people in society are often the people who are hardest affected by climate change. So, for example, people who might live in basement apartments are at higher risk of flooding events. But they're also the people who are likely to find it hardest or suffer most from efforts to tackle it. As we look to make sure we use low-carbon products, as we introduce carbon taxes, then it means that there's likely to be an increase in the price of basic necessities. So that will also affect the most vulnerable in society. So as a city, how can we best support our most vulnerable residents as we tackle the climate and environmental crises? And how can we best take inclusive climate action? I'd like to start, if it's possible, by addressing that question to Director Lee.
So I am Lee In-gun. I'm the Director General for Environment at Seoul Metropolitan Government. At first, I would like to share my own experiences. I think it was in August of this year in Seoul. There was torrential rain, and it caused a lot of damage, especially those of you here in Seoul know this, especially in the Gangnam Seocho area. In the southern part of Seoul, 4 districts saw a lot of flooding, and there was a lot of damage. And this was completely unexpected. It was record levels of torrential rain. I was there at the site from day 2, watching everything happen. It was actually quite scary, the amount of rain that came down. And I don't recall a minute when so much rain came down in such a short period of time, and I thought this would lead to a lot of accidents and damage. And it seemed that most of the people who were living in basement housing actually saw flooding of their houses, and people lost their lives, and it was a huge calamity. And as the moderator mentioned, I believe that it is the most vulnerable who are the hardest affected by climate change. And 2 years ago, I was in the States, and I was in Portland, Seattle for about a year. And at that time, because of climate change in the western part of the United States, there was so much forest fires and wildfires. And so for 15 days, we couldn't leave the house. There was a lot of smoke in the air, and it basically covered the western part of the United States. So, of course, maybe it was because I was living in affordable housing. I don't know. A lot of the smoke even came into the house, and I felt very vulnerable and affected by climate change. So I think that climate change affects the most vulnerable in society, and I think these 2 examples show us that. So at Seoul Metropolitan Government, we also have thought about how to protect these most vulnerable in society, and this is something that we think about. So I think when you think about the most vulnerable in society, there are many areas, there's many aspects to it. So we've been looking at various options such as fixing housings, increasing energy efficiency, trying to create a more quality living environment for the vulnerable, and also installing LED lighting, and trying to install eco-friendly boilers for heating. I mean, there's so many things that we can do, and there is much to do. So I think these actions help us to increase energy efficiency of the most vulnerable, and it's about energy welfare support for the most vulnerable, and we are making efforts to that end.
It's interesting to, I guess, hear that experience of what happened in Seoul this summer, but also your experiences when you were in the US. I might take this opportunity to bring in Tyrone from San Francisco, who is attending online. If he can maybe speak to this as well, and how San Francisco is dealing with that nexus of climate and equity.
First, 안녕하세요. That is about as much Korean as I unfortunately know, so hopefully I did okay. But first, I want to start off by saying I'm very honored to be here representing the city of San Francisco. I want to congratulate our sister city, Seoul, on hosting this important forum. So my name is Tyrone Ji. I'm the acting director for our San Francisco Environment Department. I serve as the Chief Sustainability Executive for San Francisco, and my role is specifically in coordinating and implementing our city's climate action plan, which our goal is to reach net zero emissions by 2040. When Inspector General Lee was in Portland, I was in San Francisco experiencing the exact same wildfire smoke conditions. And what became immediately clear then, and at the time we were in the middle of the COVID crisis as well, when we experienced some of our worst days, we are not prepared. Our communities are not prepared. We do not have the appropriate infrastructure in place to resolve kind of the issues around wildfire smoke, along with a whole host of other climate inequities that are going to become more and more prevalent. To answer the question of how to solve the issue of addressing the impacts on our most vulnerable, comes down to a very important solution, which is we have to involve them in the solution making. We cannot solve this from up high and dictate down policies and expect them to work if we don't involve the communities that are facing these impacts in the development of the solutions themselves. And so when you look at our climate action plan in San Francisco, we recently updated our climate action plan in 2021. It took 2 years to actually develop that climate action plan. Not because we don't know the exact strategies and what needs to be done to get to net zero emissions. We all know that. We all, as experts within our various fields, know what we need to do to eliminate emissions. What took 2 years was working with the public and those most vulnerable communities in developing the solutions. Because we just don't want to just have the solutions, we want to have equitable solutions that also can be used as a catalyst for positive change within those areas that are impacted. Because oftentimes those areas that are most impacted have been underserved and historically underserved for many, many years. They've been left behind. And so the opportunity we have in front of us is a social imperative, but it's an economic imperative that we can catalyze change to uplift people that are most vulnerable, to use this as an opportunity to elevate their economic status and to think about this holistically about how we move forward together. And so for every program and policy we put forward within our department for the city, we, for example, have a tool that we use called a racial equity scan tool. And so what that does is we evaluate every program and policy and evaluate the impacts of that policy and program, not just generally, but specifically on communities that are most vulnerable, so that we can start thinking through the solutions of how to have a solution that includes them, includes them to their benefit, and allows us again to move forward.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting answer, and I think a key point there is that as we search for equitable solutions, it is really important to involve the most vulnerable in the conversation to help them devise those solutions. I think one of the potential problems is engaging in that conversation and persuading people who are sometimes outside of that bubble of conversation to actually become a part of the conversation. I know that Professor Moon, you have some thoughts about how to persuade citizens and bring them into the conversation. Would you be able to speak about that a little bit?
Thank you, Dr. Hooper. You give excellent questions. I try to answer as scientists step by steps. 한국 분이 많이 들으시기 때문에 한국말로 답을 해드리겠습니다. 굉장히 현실적인.
I think it was a very realistic question that you answered. So citizens realistically, what sort of answer could most people relate to? Climate change is right now taking place. It's happening. It's ongoing. How do we respond to climate change? I think we can look at this from 3 different stages or possibly 4 different stages. First is prevention. So, as Mr. Lee mentioned, I think it was this year in the Gangnam area, there was a lot of flooding. So, we need to prevent flooding. We have to minimize damage, and in order to do that, we need to have preventive measures. The new buildings that are coming up, the new roads that are being paved, we need to have building codes in place so that the new building stock can actually be protected from such damage. And then second is adaptation. We have to adapt to these new environments. What about those people that are already living in existing buildings? Maybe they're already living in buildings or they're using roads. And so for the vulnerable, we need to do something. We need to have active measures for the vulnerable and help them to adapt. So step by step, we have to look at the different regions and carry out projects. And in order to do all of this, basically, you need a lot of money. You need a budget. How do we procure this budget, this funding? So when the sales tax was first introduced, people were very resistant. They were saying, I'm buying something. Why do I need to pay tax? But in advanced countries, they are now starting to introduce carbon tax, even if it's a very small amount. They are using carbon tax to create funds and to utilize this fund to address climate change. And then the last stage will be prediction. We have to think about the frequency and the severity of or intensity of these phenomena. So through prediction, we need science, we need technology, and we need to have technology or programs that are suitable to each city. So example, for Seoul. So 50% of Korean population live in the Seoul metropolitan area. So Seoul is a mega city. If we had a predictive model or program, I want to ask how much money are we investing in this program? In the advanced countries, in the mega cities, they are investing more in these predictive models than us. So I think we have to look at each stage and go in a step-by-step manner.
We're also very lucky to be joined here today by the Ambassador for the European Union and also online, Director for this region, for East, Southeast Asia and Oceania, for C40 cities, which I think gives us an excellent opportunity to maybe hear a bit about the international perspective and what schemes have been put in place internationally to try and help vulnerable people in the transition to both adapt to climate change as well as mitigate it going forward. I might ask Milag if they're able to join first and give their perspective and maybe some examples from C40 cities before asking the ambassador here. Milag, welcome. Would you be able to perhaps give us some examples of best practice for involving vulnerable communities?
Yes, thank you very much. And again, good morning, everyone. Like Tyrone, I would like to thank everyone first for this opportunity to join, even virtually, and contribute to this conversation. I'll start off that other than being the regional director for East, Southeast Asia and Oceania, I am actually, together with Mark Watts, our executive director, co-chairing our diversity and inclusion board across the global team and the global organization of C40. And that means when we talk about vulnerable populations, disadvantaged communities. At the heart of that is really looking at diversity, inclusion, and equity. So this resonates very well in terms of both personally as well as organizationally. I think one of the key things that I wanted to point out, noting already what the other panelists mentioned, is that it's really a recognition that there are already inequities or inequalities outside, for example, when we talk about climate impact. So the current economic systems does not necessarily mean that everyone is equal, has equal access to resources or makes use of resources, as you earlier pointed out when we talk about consumption. So, but what's happening right now is that with climate change and the other global crisis, it's further exacerbated. So, you know, you already have women or low-income households disadvantaged, but that's further exacerbated, and there are compounding even reasons now in terms of highlighting the inequalities there, or really making vulnerable communities more vulnerable even. One of the key things I would like to add is really when we work with our cities, when we were working on the climate action plan of cities, we were focusing on 4 key pillars. One is mitigation, adaptation, the other is the governance or institutional structure, but one of the key things is really inclusion. I think I would say, to add on what the others mentioned, one of the key things is first the recognition that there are that the city is not homogeneous, that there are inequities. There may be people who have more access to transportation, to waste services, to other municipal services. And so one of the key things is really making the invisible visible. And that means a transparency and recognition of where the vulnerable populations and communities are. So when we talk about 80% of the people displaced by climate impacts are women, what does that mean at the city level? And when we say that about 1 billion urban people currently live in informal settlements, what does that mean in a particular city where you may have a fourth of the population living in informal settlements, working in a region that's quite diverse, both, you know, with developed economies and those within cities within developing countries. So I think one of the key things is also approaching, when we look at really being able to support disadvantaged communities, is approaching it with the same rigor of information and data. That means when we talk about mitigation, we talk about emissions reduction. When we talk about adaptation, we talk about climate risk assessment and hazards, whether it's heat or flood. So when we talk about communities as well, it's trying to understand exactly, for example, if you're talking about disadvantaged youth, or you're talking about whether the city has more aging population that do not have access to cooling and heating. I think one of the key things is really approaching inclusive climate action with the same rigor of data and information and guiding the planning. The other is also building on to what Tyrone mentioned. It's not just involving communities, these communities and people in the feedback system, but in the actual planning and at the onset of the conversation, because that means it's recognizing their contribution and looking at these communities and population who may be disadvantaged or marginalized are real agents of change. The solutions, for example, when we talk about adaptation, happens at the very local level. The very people who would know how to manage floods are those that are experiencing the flooding themselves. So I think that's one of the key things. Some of the things, examples of this is that maybe I'll lift some examples that we've seen is, for example, in the development of the climate action plan, there needs to be a very targeted platform. Auckland was very concrete in terms of involving the indigenous communities, the Maori community. So there was I think similarly with San Francisco, 2 years in terms of even longer in terms of making sure that voices are heard and considerations and concerns are taken into account as the strategies are developed. Cities may know the strategies, but they are further enriched by real community and resident experiences. Other examples are involving the youth. So a big part of the conversation in the C40 Mayor Summit that happened recently in Buenos Aires is that the energy and passion and call of the youth, how do you translate that in terms of actual solutions. And that means, for example, in most cases, cities have created youth climate councils, wherein they become part of the governance, they become part of the conversation. And that's where maybe I'll end, that a lot of the cities are looking at really widening and sharing this governance and responsibility and accountability and co-creating solutions to address the climate crisis. So maybe I'll end there, and happy to hear really the rest of the panelists' insights, which are quite rich. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Milek. I think there again, we've had that key point of involving local communities in developing the solutions is a really key part to being able to adapt to climate change in an equitable way. Another interesting point that came out there was about having access to good data to be able to understand where the problems are likely to happen, and where the vulnerable societies, where the vulnerable parts of society are congregated or are living in order to be able to maybe direct or focus those efforts. Last but not least, I'd like to bring in the ambassador, EU ambassador here, Maria Castillo-Fernandez, to ask, how does this chime with you in terms of experiences or examples that you've seen in the EU? And are you aware of any particular good practices in terms of climate adaptation which have been able to bring in vulnerable groups within cities in Europe?
Annyeonghaseyo to all the friends in Seoul today, and thank you very much for bringing me in this conversation. Europe is, of course, not only pushing the climate agenda, but I think we are suffering today very much on all the big energy crisis that we have because of, in particular, not only coming out from COVID, but because of the Russian aggression to Ukraine and the war that we have there. So it's very cold in Europe, not so cold as in Seoul today, which was -9. So the winter has come, a difficult moment. You know, all EU countries now say, what can we do? You know, there is first a collective responsibility, not only for governments and national and international cooperation, but I think cities and all of you, you're at the front line. The cities are the ones who are more close to the cities, more close to the citizens. And therefore, the citizens ask cities for solutions first. It's very important first that everyone is involved. I like very much what has been said on prevention. Certainly, Professor Moon, that is very important, and how you can bring everyone in. We see a lot of women here today. We see a lot of younger people also. They have to be part of that solution, and they are. I know Korean cities are leading the climate action. I think they are even more advanced with all, as Mayor said, your net zero policies, your goals, much more than you know, pushing legislation, which is taking more time. So that is very well. In Europe, we, with all our efforts, first, we don't want to leave anyone behind. And that includes the vulnerable. So there, and also the sectors, you know, when we are going to do this so very important green transition, which involves everyone, our way of life, our way of producing, our way of conducting ourselves. You all don't have paper there. I am the only one with too much paper, so I'm very sorry for this. But it is the way we live our lives, and we produce, we eat, we consume, we conduct ourselves. When this big transformation is coming, there are many sectors which are suffering, not only the vulnerable, which we mentioned, but look at the coal-related industries, households or people, workers who depend on those industries, households who are suffering now the big rise of energy prices in Europe, what do you do? So you have to set some funds aside to help that. In Europe, you have the social climate fund, so climate has to come with a social dimension, or the just transition fund, which is also another to help, and it helps not only the industries and the sectors, it does help the households, the people who are suffering. And now with the big energy prices in Europe, there is a lot of discussion by cities and by governments, what can we do? So there is a lot of solutions in the table. We have seen clearly possibilities to subsidize, give some money to the lower income households, possibilities of capping the electricity bill. There's a big discussion now going, how much will we cap it? So that it doesn't go beyond a certain level, because I assure you it has gone 10 times the price in Europe. So, but also looking at us, how can we save energy? Energy saving, energy efficient is a key element for us, a key answer to our problems that we have in Europe now. And it is by prevention, again, by when you build the buildings, when you know, in Korea, there are very few buildings that are built with, you know, with double glass in order to, you know, we put the heating very high on the floor, but it all goes through the windows, through the doors. So all this, which now in Europe is essential. You have legislation which obliges you to build in a way, and to also look at, you know, the area you have. If there is an area where perhaps there could be floodings, you have, before building, you have to look at where you are building and make some environmental assessments. Even if you want to build a single house, you cannot build a house like this. You really have to present a lot of environmental assessment to your city to be able to build a house. And whatever modifications, don't dare to cut a tree. It's impossible to cut a tree. They will certainly fine you if you do it. So that are very important. There are many, the cities can do a lot, Director General. In Warsaw, for example, they have changed 52,000 lamps around the city and put LED lamps to try to diminish. In other countries, if the cities are you know, running public swimming pools or others, they have lowered down the degrees of the public swimming pools in order to avoid a bit and consume less. But also households. In a country I am a Spanian Saddam, and in that country, in Spain, it is on the 14th of October that they put the heating, and they close it on the 15th of April, full stop. It doesn't matter if it's too warm or too hot. Today, this winter was too warm. So why do we have to have the heating on if it's warm? So flexibility in this, and that you control your heating in a way. You know, you put it off when you're not there, you put it on. There is so much that we can do as citizens, we can do as cities, we can do as academics and consultants. And what is very important, and the C40 people have mentioned it before, city-to-city cooperation. There are so many ways that cities are already dealing with this problem, and it's so important that cities get together and exchange best practice. And we have the C40, but we also have the Global Convention of Mayors. Seoul is part of it. We hope we will have more Korean cities in that. But we also are doing here, my team is working very closely with programs, with city partnerships. Seoul has one with Dublin with us, Busan with Rotterdam, Sejong City with Sofia. It is very important, this city cooperation, because I think that you are all trying to tackle the same problems. And there are good solutions out there. There are very good solutions, and we need to promote that, and this is something we are doing here at EU level in Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think one of the key messages there was that you can't take the social element out of climate, that there has to be a social aspect to how we try and solve the problem. And I think that there's an interesting point there as well in terms of the energy prices. I mean, we've seen it around the world, increased energy prices, perhaps most severely in Europe, and the protections that have been put in place for the most vulnerable in terms of energy price capping. And I think that there's a really interesting debate here about the role that the market plays, because one of the ways that the market is actually useful is that when the price goes up, people tend to consume less. And actually consuming less could be one of the ways to solve the problem. However, it's also necessary to protect the most vulnerable in society. And so it's not out of the question that whilst protecting the most vulnerable, there might be market mechanisms to enable or to persuade people to try and consume less. And I think that can be true in terms of consumption of goods as well as for energy. I think this, I guess, could lead us back in terms of thinking about consumption of goods to speaking particularly about zero waste again. And I think actually, you know, from my experience of living in Korea and living in Seoul, Seoul is actually very forward thinking in terms of the way that it deals with waste, in terms of its attitudes towards recycling. Not to say that it's solved every problem, but actually there is a strong ethic to recycle here in Korea, which is not necessarily true in other parts of the world. So I would love to have a chance to ask Director General Lee again, what Seoul's, I guess, future policies are on achieving zero waste, what he sees as the major challenges that face the city, and how the city is placing itself to overcome those challenges.
If you visit places around the world, I think the waste issue is a significant issue for all cities. I've been to cities in Europe and I've been to cities in the US, and all cities face this grave issue of waste. But it is true, I think, that of all the cities I've been to, Seoul is the most earnest in terms of recycling. As you know, most of Seoulites live in apartment complexes. I'm sure all the participants here are used to separating the waste at their homes. So you separate the plastics, you have recycling centers in the apartment complexes, you separate your waste weekly. So I think I have yet to see a country where the people are so sincere in terms of waste separation. For instance, we separate our food waste and we create compost. And in a sense, I think the people are really doing a lot of the hard work. That is the way I feel as an administrator. So if you look at the recycle rate of food waste and also recyclables, it is quite high. So I would like to raise 2 points in terms of the broader framework. I would like to talk about the waste treatment status of the Seoul metropolitan government, and then I would like to talk about some zero waste initiatives, and then I would like to talk about some of the challenges that we are facing. SMG has 25 districts, and roughly every day 9,000 tons of waste is generated in Seoul, and food waste accounts for about 3,000 tons, and waste that we need to treat in terms of incineration or landfills is around 3,000 tons, and the recyclables is also around 3,000 tons. So every day 9,000 tons of waste is generated. Recyclables are sent to sorting centers, both private and public, and they are sorted by type and category. And there's no really big issue with this part. And with food waste, they are turned into fertilizer and sent to compost bins.
And so the big issue is with the daily waste, the household waste. This waste has to be sent to landfills or incinerators. So if you look at Europe, most of the cities use incinerators, and most cities in the US send this waste to landfills. So most of the cities are struggling with this household waste that either needs to be sent to the landfills or incinerators. And so of the 3,000 tons, around 2,000 tons of waste is incinerated, and around 1,000 tons are sent to landfills. But these landfills are near the Incheon airport, so they are in Gyeonggi province, in Incheon city. So the local government there, or the local residents there, are resistant. They are saying, why are you bringing the waste of Seoulites into Gyeonggi province? So we also need to build more incinerators, and so we are in consultations with local governments to build incinerators regionally as well. And secondly, with regards to zero waste initiatives, as you all know, disposable plastics, bags. With the COVID pandemic, I'm sure this is what you find in Europe. But it is especially so in Korea, where we have a very stable delivery system. With your mobile phone, you can order food and you can order goods. And with the COVID pandemic, more people are now shopping online, and we are seeing a vast amount of packaging waste. And most of this packaging waste is plastic and vinyl. And so this is a very important piece of the puzzle. So we have two important projects that we are pursuing to this end. The first is that we are trying to reduce the use of disposable cups. We are encouraging the use of multi-use cups. I'm not sure if any European or American city is doing this, but for instance, if you go to Starbucks to get a cup of coffee, you can order your drink in a multi-use cup. And after drinking the coffee, that person can return the multi-use cup. And so we have little machines here and there, and when the person receives a multi-use cup, they pay a deposit, and then when they return the cup, they get their deposit back. So we are looking at various ways to fundamentally reduce the use of disposables. Of course, the crux of the issue is the participation of the people. And of course, there are additional costs entailed to this initiative. For instance, we need to install the return devices, the machines, the cups have to be washed. And who is to get the bill for this? Will it be the public? Is it the private sector? Is it the citizens? And the second part of the initiatives are plastic containers. I'm sure when you deliver food, you get it in a food container. And we are trying to change the containers that are used for food delivery into stainless material. And this initiative is similar to the reduction of disposable cups. So the same issues are arising. There are additional costs to operating such a system. And so who is going to foot the bill, and how are we going to get more citizens to participate? So these are some of the challenges.
Of returnable cups and also returnable Tupperware is a fantastic idea. And I think some of that comes down to, again, almost the perception that we have. If I go into a coffee shop and I get a discount because I've brought my own cup, for example, then that's less of an incentive than if I go into a coffee shop and they say, oh, the coffee is, 5,000원. And, oh, you want a cup? Oh, that's an extra 2,000원. Then if you add the price of the cup, then it changes people's perspective and they're more incentivized to either bring their own cup if they don't want to pay the price, or they have to pay that price for that social service of a returnable cup. I know that the EU ambassador has a tight schedule, and so I'm going to ask her the next question, which leads on slightly from that in terms of are there any, I guess, innovative schemes for waste reduction and circular economy that have been implemented in the EU that could provide a good example that could be rolled out in Korea or other parts of the world?
Well, as Director General said, and you said it, Mats, Korea is at the forefront of waste management. I really, you are leading on this, because we have in Europe a big circular economy strategy and action plan, and I think we are all thinking in terms of circular economy, which perhaps here some business are not yet doing. In Asia is still the linear production. Whatever you are going to design, you have to design it thinking that you will produce it and that you will reuse it afterwards, that the circle of the life of the product will be a very long one. So this is already in every mentality. Perhaps we have to push that more here. But also then the issue of waste comes in. And I have seen very good examples here in Seoul. I was invited last year and I took my colleagues, the EU ambassadors, to Hanam city, where they have an office building, where they have they have built a building and in the basement they have all this waste treatment facility. It's incredible. Can you imagine if we will be buildings for people, houses, and down you have the waste treatment? This is a very pioneer initiative, very interesting to see. So that is important. In Europe, there are many examples of cities which are doing very well, others which are not, which are lacking much behind. But there is one example of a city in Spain, Valladolid, which is North Madrid, and where there is also very good wines there, but it's a city which has created their own circular economy action plan, and involving with a subsidized program to involve all communities, business, local business, local community of citizens. They have much more than 100 projects of all sort of circular economy waste management possibilities, with a waste management labs all over the city, with also circular economy labs and observatories. So this is a good example, perhaps, to follow on what they have been doing. But I mean, this is one we know, but I'm sure that all over Europe, all cities have to struggle with this waste management. How do we? And there is a big change. In my first, if I may say, Korea was in the pali mood. You managed to do it very quickly, because 14 years ago, when I was first posted here, there was no waste, separation at all. We were all just throwing things at the same bag. And now I come back here and I have this very, very strict system, which, people abide to. And that is, but if they know that all that waste is treated as we separate it, because sometimes you think, okay, we do this effort and then it all goes back into the same bin. So I think we need to raise awareness of really how that goes afterwards, what happened to our waste, and if it really goes, the effort we are doing as citizens is worth it.
Yeah.
That is very important.
Yep, thank you very much. So I think the ambassador might have to leave us first, but partly due to my poor time management. But there's a few more, I guess, things that we'd like to hear from our panelists. So we'll allow the ambassador to leave and then ask the final questions. Thank you very much. So I think if we can move into a slightly quick-fire format for the final a few questions, if that's okay. One of the points the ambassador raised was about the necessity to include the end of life of a product in design so that it can be disassembled and turned into something else, but also the problems that happen. We can sometimes separate waste, but if there's no off-takers for that waste, if there's no one to use those resources, then they can just end up in the same bag again, and that's a really critical point. One of the really interesting things, actually, which I found out in preparation for this, is that San Francisco has achieved 80% waste diversion rates. And one of the key issues is finding the off-takers, people who will take those recycled resources and use them in other parts of the economy. And I was wondering if Tyrone might be able to share with us how San Francisco has helped to develop an economy for those recycled materials and share any insights with us.
Sure. Thank you for the question. We definitely look to Seoul as an inspiration for a lot of the work that they do in your city. In San Francisco, we've been at this for almost 20 years now in terms of having a system to separate out landfill, recycling, and compost. And so it's taken a while to actually get to this rate, and it's really been, even as Director General Lee said, it's about the public engagement and awareness about what to do, because what ultimately affects the ability to find a market for your recyclables is the cleanliness of the recyclables, right? So when there's contamination in the recyclables, that's when they will not be taken. And so ensuring the purity of what's being recycled is really important. And part of that is public education. So we started at a very early education age of almost nine years old here in the city. So we're integrated into the school system. And so school kids are learning at a very young age how to properly sort. They in turn teach their parents a lot of this. And now we're in this next generation where the expectation is there and the knowledge is there. And so it comes down to, at this point, the enforcement part. And so we're past the education phase, and now we're in the enforcement phase as well. And so ensuring, again, that cross-contamination and you're preventing that cross-contamination is key to creating a recyclables market available to your city. And so we go out there and do audits and inspections of all of our buildings. Our buildings and our large refuse generators or large garbage generators, we actually will require them through policy and law to hire someone to sort if they are not properly sorting. And so we take the additional step of, if you cannot get your building to properly sort, you are required to hire someone and pay kind of living wages to then sort that waste if it's not being done. And then finally, just to tack on to Director General Lee, it is about, we got to reduce the generation. Like we can't fight this downstream. And this is really about what the ambassador said around producer responsibility, making sure that as products are being produced, they are being produced with sustainability and kind of the end of life in mind. And so we take that in kind of consideration with all of our policies. And this year, one of the big policies we're going to be moving forward with is a requirement for example, indoor dining. You will have to use reusables. It will not be optional, because that's the direction we have to go. We have to get out of this single-use disposable economy that we've become accustomed to and has become too convenient for everyone. And it's going to take strict policies enacted in order to actually kind of reverse course on where we are, in addition to working with the manufacturers and the producers on actually producing products that are responsible.
Thank you very much, Tara. And that's very interesting to hear about the importance of keeping those waste streams as clean and as well sorted as possible, and the requirement that if buildings or organizations can't do that, then they actually have to employ someone to go in and sort through the waste to do that. I know that on the face of it, it can seem very simple to sort waste, but in reality, actually, separating different types of plastic or separating compound items where they have an element of metal and plastic and, say, cardboard as well, actually really complicates the economics around using recycled waste streams. And so that's fascinating to hear. And as well as the education piece around educating young people or children and letting them then educate their parents is a really fascinating scheme. I'd like to move from that and actually ask Milag if she has any examples, I guess similar examples to that, which kind of best practice happening in other C40 member cities, which again we could look at and say, are there examples there which could be replicated in Seoul?
Thank you. Thank you very much again, James. And there's a lot of example. We work with, as Mark mentioned earlier, almost 100 of the major cities globally. But maybe I'll lift some examples recently that relates very much in terms of our earlier conversation, in terms of involving communities or disadvantaged populations as well, or sectors. So I think one of the examples is that, for example, in Paris, adding on to the ambassador's notes earlier in terms of Spain, Paris developed an innovative approach to raise awareness about waste prevention. I think we cannot overemphasize this enough across the panel, saying that the starting point is always less waste. You know, how do you have less waste rather than the treatment and managing the waste later? So it's very much at the core is waste reduction and prevention. And so Paris deployed what they call 12 zero waste territories in 11 arrondissements. And the objective of the zero waste territories are to mobilize all the stakeholders in a street or neighborhood in order to create local cooperation and develop experiments to reduce non-recycled waste, for example, over a period of time. So this means that schools, city residents, voluntary retailers become part of the conversation, and then they deliver, and then they develop the action. So this is one of the things that I think could be looked at in terms of having this zero waste territories, and to what extent that could really be applicable. In recent months, Tokyo expanded their the continued the plastic resource recycling law. So other than just packaging and plastic containers, a law went into effect, and municipalities now separate and recycle plastic products. So meaning all plastic products other than recycling and other than packaging as well, or single use. So all those are being expanded right now. I think just providing the mix in terms of the cities that we work with. The other things that could really be looked into is how, for example, cities in developing countries like Addis Ababa and Buenos Aires have formed community waste cooperatives, bringing in really the community in terms of looking at solutions, you know, what are applicable in terms of waste collection, waste bins, timings, routings, even understanding waste composition, as you mentioned. We also saw this in Rio and Accra in terms of bringing in informal sectors, informal waste pickers, those that are really part in terms of recycling, and bringing them into the entire system. One, making sure that there's stability of jobs, but also the other is that their sort of like contribution in the whole waste management stream is recognized. So social entrepreneurship has taken on board in terms of a focus in Lagos, for example, in terms of working with small enterprises, social entrepreneur in terms of upcycling as well. I know it's happening across all cities. So there are a number of best practices that could really be looked into, but I think two key things there is to emphasize again that there needs to be involvement in terms of the communities and the localities. And in the same way that we were talking about adaptation, waste management is very much at the, could be spread very much at the local level and involvement as well. And innovations and solutions could very well happen within that space, while the city government provides an enabling policy and environment and incentive program to be able to progress that, and more importantly, really scale it across the wider metropolitan area.
Thank you very much, Milag. That's yeah. Again, I think the idea of pilot projects, and I also mentioned earlier by Director General Lee, was when we implement these schemes, there are teething problems that occur, and we learn through the process. And actually, by focusing on small localities and running pilot projects to understand how these, innovative schemes to reduce consumption, to increase circular economy might work. The example of Paris there, and the schemes run in very local areas of different arrondissements, is really, really interesting. I think finally I'd like to bring in Professor Moon and give him a chance to, I guess, maybe tie everything together. We've here talked earlier about climate change resilience and adaptation. We're talking about zero waste, and we've touched a little bit on the role that zero waste and consumption play in actually reducing carbon emissions as well. One of the problems we face is that plans to tackle climate change in terms of adaptation, to reduce waste and to reduce emissions are often disjointed and not brought together in a single joined-up plan. I wanted to ask Professor Moon, does he have any suggestions on how we could approach these issues in a more integrated way?
Thank you for the very difficult questions. 매우 어려운 질문에 대해서
That is a very difficult question. So we need to catch two rabbits. We need to catch two birds with one stone.
하는 얘기입니다. 이것을 뭐 과학분이 그런 얘기를 하셨어요. 저희가 그 기후 변화에 대해서 대체를 못하면
If we do not respond to climate change, it is like a mass suicide. This is what one person said. And I think that responding and treating waste appropriately is also a mass suicide. So we need collective wisdom. So Seoul City and other cities have been tackling these issues for quite a while. But there is a saying that when you're in a hurry, you need to take a step back. In our keynote speech earlier, the chair of IPCC, Lee Hwae-sung, mentioned that he was grateful that he was able to take public transportation and that he was able to cut personal carbon emission. And so I think that we need to think about these big underlying infrastructures. Because we're in a hurry, we keep focusing on what we can do. And that is how we come up with the disposable cup programs and also waste sorting programs. I'm sure all of you engage in waste separation. This is not for free. If we do not do this at home, we will probably have to inject money into waste sorting. And this might entail additional emissions. If you look at Seoul, Seoul is quite different from many cities. If you look at apartment complexes, Korea's apartment complexes are quite big. In one apartment complex, around 1,000 households, 8,000 households live in one apartment complex. And each of these households engage in waste sorting. If they engage in more activities, we now need to think about how instead of what. I think we're at that phase. Automobile companies, because a law was enacted to ban combustible engine vehicles starting 2035, and now these companies are looking at how. And we have all these goals, but if you think about the time remaining, it is quite a lot of time. If you are thinking just about immediate action, then it seems like not enough time. But if we are to focus our efforts on thinking of the how, this can be quite a significant amount of time. I think we need to invest in educating the children of today. And if they receive education when they become an adult, their behavior might be ingrained in them. If you look at parents in Korea, they spend a massive amount of money to teach their children a second language or third language. With that kind of passion and enthusiasm, if we educate our children about all these issues, I think that we will be able to see creative and innovative breakthrough solutions come out from these children.
I think that was a fantastic summary, and ultimately it comes down to education, to making sure that we all feel empowered to be able to act. And part of being empowered to act is knowing how to act. So I think that was an excellent summary to our discussion. I know I've gone over time, so I apologize. But yeah, I'd like to thank all of our panelists for their excellent contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 이것으로 저희
So thank you very much. We will now begin the morning session of the Seoul International Forum on Climate and Environment 2022, Day 1. Once again, we would like to thank everyone for joining us. Thank you very much.
네, 유익한 시간 되셨을까요? 이것으로 마무리를 하도록
So I hope everyone enjoyed the morning session. I look forward to the afternoon session. The afternoon session will begin at 3:30, and the first session is titled Circular Economy and Climate Change. Once again, we look forward to your active participation and interest. Once again, I would like to thank everyone for joining us. We will see you again at 3:30.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Seoul International Forum on Climate and Environment 2022 afternoon session. The first session will deal with the topic circular economy and climate change. We are going to look at the cycle of production, consumption, and waste disposal, and look at a circular system of reusing resources. The moderator for this session is Dr. Mushtaf Memon, who is the UNEP Regional Coordinator for Resource Efficiency.
I believe that you are now online with us, so please take the floor and please continue on with our conversations.
Thank you very much. So I would like to welcome all the distinguished participants, speakers to this Seoul International Conference on the Climate and Environment. And under that, our first session, which is focusing on the circular economy with co-benefits for the climate change and looking at the consumption and production patterns and then the waste management. So in this context, today we have a highly distinguished speakers that will enlighten us with the different ways and means which we can really build on our circular economy for the climate change. So without further ado, let me first invite our distinguished speaker, Mr. Tim Forsland. He's a circular economy specialist with the Finnish innovation fund Sitra, and he has quite extensive experience, especially in the nature-positive circular economy that can help us to see how we manage our materials in a way that gives us more value. And also, the important part of his work revolves around the quantifying the biodiversity and climate impacts of circular transition and increasing the uptake of the standards, such as the science-based targets for nature. A global transition is also central to his work, as today nature and climate footprints are largely outsourced. And as different countries excel in different areas with the competitive advantages of the circular economy. Therefore, we must work with the trade and across the borders, including through the Citra's World Circular Economy Forum, that everyone almost know that, to inspire each other. And as Mr. Tim Forsland will be leaving after this his presentation and Q&A, so I would like to suggest that if you have any questions, you can immediately send to us or type in the chat, so we can seek Mr. Tim Forsland's advice on those questions. So without any further ado, let me hand over to Mr. Tim Forsland. Sir, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mushtaf. And 한국 친구들아 and 从中国来的朋友, it's really good to be here. And hopefully you should momentarily be seeing my screen here. Yes. And I would like to take you through a little journey of what we have done in Finland with the circular economy and how we have made the connection to the climate and nature goals, as Mushtaf Memon mentioned. But first, you might be curious, what is this Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra that I work for? So we are the future house of Finland, and we're a think, do, connect tank that works on a range of different areas, from lifelong learning, responsible use of data, and many other topics. And not least, how we can solve the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and over-extraction of natural resources. How can we solve these crises together? We know that they're tied to resource use. 90% biodiversity loss is due to the extraction and processing of natural resources. And we know that 45% of emissions are due to how we use and produce food and our products. So these are closely linked. And while we have to deal with this triple crisis, we also need to make sure that we build a resilient economy, as we have seen over the last few months and the last 2-3 years. And we need to find new jobs and provide for a better quality of life at the same time. The circular economy is key here, because today, in today's linear economy, we can't deliver on this. Because materials are used once on average in Europe, and cars are largely idle more than 90% of the time. And even our offices before COVID were largely vacant a large part of the time, whereas we waste a lot of our food as well. So today's economy is not as efficient as we're led to believe. It's terribly wasteful. And the good news is that this is a design flaw. It's also an opportunity to create new value because of these inefficiencies. So here the circular economy provides a lot of value. We can get more value from what we already have by keeping materials and products in the economy for as long as possible. And this goes beyond waste management and recycling. This means that we want to stay as close to the circle that Ellen MacArthur Foundation has developed in this butterfly diagram. We want to stay as close to the center. So while recycling is really important, we also need to make sure that we reuse materials and that we first make sure that our materials and products last for as long as possible. And for this, it's not enough to just talk about materials. We also need to talk about business model innovation and, for instance, product as a service. So, how then do we make a circular economy a reality if it can deliver on these multiple crises and also make for a more resilient economy in which we create new jobs of the future? I'll share some examples from Finland. Finland's work with that Sitra has largely been involved or at the center at here. So back in 2016, Finland developed the world's first circular economy roadmap at the national level. And while China already had a circular economy promotion law back in 2008-9, so Finland was the first country to put this into an actual roadmap where we brought together more than 1,000 people working together on a vision, as well as concrete steps for how we can deliver these steps into action. And here we needed to work with governments, agencies across the board to develop new metrics. We needed to ensure that procurement, which in the Nordic countries accounts for something like 15 to 20% of the GDP, that is also on board with the circular economy, that is part of it. Of course, we also need education. We can't get to a circular economy if we don't first learn new things. We need to rethink many of the things we have been told, and we need to learn new skills. And Finland had, about 3 years ago, about the highest number of learning offerings in circular economy in the world. So we think that in Finland we can test things. It's a very small country, about 5.5 million people. But here we can test ideas that are quite bold and put them into action. And here the thinking has been that we need to learn new skills. But there are already a lot of experts in Finland, as well as in other countries. So if you're an expert in architecture, maybe you can learn some basic skills, how a circular economy works. If you're an expert in developing food products, maybe you can also learn some of the basics. So we don't need hundreds or thousands of new circular economy experts, but we need to use the circular economy as a tool across sectors with the experts that we already have. And here, the role of business is also really central, and I will talk a little bit more to that. And as I mentioned, we can test ideas in Finland, but if you don't also scale these ideas to other countries and learn from other countries, we won't get there. So here, the role of the World Circular Economy Forum that starts in Kigali, Rwanda, in Africa next week is also really important. So I mentioned the role of government, and I think one thing I want to stress from Finland's experience is this is not just words on paper. Finland has a goal for absolute resource decoupling by 2035, so that we will stay on the same level of resource use as we did in 2015. So as a first step, making sure that we don't use more and more resources while we're more efficient, but the consumption goes up as a whole. That is what we want to prevent. We have put a cap on resource use by 2035. So I'd like to share some of the examples from cities of what are the benefits of what a circular economy can deliver. So the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has quantified for China that if we get to a circular economy by 2040, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by half and traffic congestion by almost half as well. While I meant that we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by almost a fourth, and while traffic congestion and emissions of particles can be reduced by 50%, while emissions would go down by 23%. So it's a big opportunity, not just in terms of resource use, but also in terms of other benefits for our air quality and for the situation in our often quite crowded cities. At Citra, we have also worked with our partners in Europe to see what are the benefits that we can quantify to make sure that these are not just claims, but putting this on paper as well. So we can see if we transition to a circular economy, we can reach about half of emissions in EU heavy industry. So it's a large climate mitigation potential that we find in the circular economy. And a few months ago, we also published a study tackling root causes, which is the first study to connect how much of a contribution can a circular economy make towards tackling biodiversity loss if we use less resources. I'll share a little bit about what we found here. That if we look at the four sectors globally that have the biggest impact on biodiversity loss, so the food and agriculture, buildings, forests, and textile sectors, we can together bend the curve on biodiversity loss. So rather than continuing to lose biodiversity past 2050, we can turn the tide and already in the next decade, we can begin to solve this challenge. And here we know that the biggest impact is from the food and agriculture sector. And often that doesn't get talked about as much in the circular economy. And we think this is a missed opportunity in some ways. Food is, of course, a material, and we need to talk about food in the circular economy as well. And another pair of good news that we found is that if we are allowed to focus on these sectors, there are large climate benefits as well. So, for instance, we could tackle about 90% of methane emissions from agriculture. And at the same time, we could build more resilience. For instance, in our scenario, there's a 30% reduction in nitrogen fertilizer use, which goes beyond the EU's farm-to-fork strategy, which talks about only 20%. I'd also share some examples. So Citra is also a fund, and we have worked here together with ICLEI in the city of Turku in southwestern Finland. And I think one thing that they have done that is really interesting is that they have done quite extensive consultations working with different stakeholders to find how can we implement the circular economy in practice. And also in their 2029 climate strategy, they have used the circular economy as a tool. So we know we have the statistics, the circular economy is a key delivery mechanism for making sure that we reach our targets. Because as I mentioned, renewable energy and energy efficiency, that's only about half of the problem. We also need to talk about products and food, and that's the other 45% of emissions. And speaking of southwestern Finland and the role of Turku, we can't get there unless we enable partnerships. So in Finland, we import most of our fibers to make textiles since we don't grow cotton in Finland. Finland is quite cold, but we need to make sure then that we use the textiles as long as possible. And here, for instance, there's one textiles company that Lindström that actually I read was the biggest or one of the biggest companies offering textiles as a service in China, which shows that you can export not just materials and products, but also an idea that you can use workwear as a service rather than selling it as a product. They take care of your workwear and you use it multiple times, they clean it, and they provide it as a service. And they teamed up with a textiles recycling company, Rester, so that they can produce recycled fibers at a higher quality and a higher value. And for the fibers that are of lower quality, those fibers could be used by another company in Finland, Infinited Fiber, through a chemical recycling process. So through these clusters, where also Infinited Fiber worked with the waste management company of southwestern Finland, you could make sure that all of the textiles are used, but only when you enable this partnership together can you create this ecosystem. Another example that I want to mention is that Finland has a lot of fish that people a few years ago didn't like to eat. So no one was using this fish, and they're called white fish, like roach and dream. So they were just going to waste. And at the same time, the kind of fish that stirs up sediment at the bottom of lakes. So there's this problem with eutrophication, too many nutrients in the lakes. So the issue then is that these fish just exacerbate this issue. But by working together, the city and universities and Sitra, with working together with fishermen and producers of food products, we could make sure that this fish is made into something that people want to eat by labeling it differently and making sure that it's produced in a way that people have a connection to. It's a local resource that can be used up. So I think the circular economy, it's about giving us more value from what we have and finding abundant local resources. They're going to be different in Korea and China, but we need to find these local resources that are currently underused. I think a parallel here in Japan, often salmon was once upon a time thought of as a waste fish, and now by also a similar approach, by making this more appetizing to consumers. Salmon sushi, I think, is the most common piece today. So I mentioned a few different examples, but you can find all of these examples on Citra's website. And there are over 100 different circular economy companies that you can scroll between and sort by different business models. So you have these 5 business models that we talk about. And another thing that we have done is to provide companies with tools to, if they want to transition to a circular economy and start to implement circular business models, we can help them along their journey through these different playbooks. So we have playbooks for the chemical industry, for the manufacturing industry, and in these different industries, if you want to start the journey towards circular economy, we need to help companies in practice so that they have the right tools and skills to get there. And at the end of the day, I want to finish where I started. This is a journey about learning, and cities and working in cities, people that work for a government, for instance, we can't get to where we need to get unless we together learn and challenge what we have learned and also learn new skills. So here, Finland has many of these circular economy resources on Citra's website. You can find out more, and many of these courses are open source. And as I mentioned, everyone doesn't have to be an expert on the circular economy, but we need to learn the skills and think about what does this mean in my reality as a city administrator, or if it's working with procurement or metrics, and then start to implement it. So I will stop there, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tim Forsland, for a very timely presentation. As we all know, the Conference of Parties for Biodiversity are going to be organized very soon, and this will be one of the key aspects to there. Now, the questions I have is about the businesses, that what type of new businesses or additional businesses with the circular economy we can attract or ignite, and especially looking at the new generation, which is more tech savvy. So digital technologies and all this. So how we can bring the innovation, digital technologies into the business models that can help the circular economy.
Well, a circular economy, in a way, is very simple. It's about giving us more value from what we have. And I mentioned the importance of abundant resources that we might not necessarily think about. And I think one common example that we have been quite accustomed to is Airbnb. And that's about enabling access to a resource that we already have, but we need technology to provide visibility and access to where do we have these abundant resources. Of course, there are some challenges also with Airbnb specifically, but the logic of that idea is that we can enable access to abundant resources, but we need digital tools to enable access. And I can mention another example from Finland. It's called AirFAS, FAAS, and it's for, well, factory as a service. So if you're a manufacturing company, you have an industry, and you have excess capacity, for instance, you produce maybe only for a few hours a day, and you have spare room in your building, you have spare capacity in your manufacturing line, you can team up with other companies that want to produce as well, rather than having to produce new buildings and a new setup. So this idea, if we have the digital tools to provide access to already abundant resources and services, we can get much more from what we already have.
Thank you. And just one quick last take from you, that based on the experiences of Finland for the journey towards circular economy with a specific climate and population and so on, how do you see that those experiences can be scaled up in different geographies with the different demographies and the climatic conditions?
Well, I think it's very important to keep in mind that there is indeed no one-size-fits-all approach, or as you say in Chinese, 一刀切, so cutting everything with one knife. We need to be sure that we find the local context and we think about what that means. For instance, if you look at Spain, what has Spain done in their circular economy strategy, while making sure that as the most water scarce area of Europe, making sure that water plays a central role in the circular economy strategy. So we need to find these different things that work in different contexts. At the same time, I think there are things that are generalizable. Everyone doesn't have to be an expert, and learning the basics of what is a circular economy, there's still need for alignment. So what we have done is, for instance, to work on these metrics and making sure that the learning in the circular economy comes first and center. So that was the first part. And what we have continued to do here through our current work is also to look at the role of lifelong learning. So this is not only about university students, this is about people working in the demolition and construction industries, for instance. It's about working with in the forest industry that we can learn the basics, and we have the tools and we can make those accessible. So I think those are some first steps that we can make a small contribution. But of course, you need to think about what is the local context that we need to apply this to, because we'll have very different realities in different countries.
Exactly. So thank you very much, Mr. Tim Forsland, and we understand you have to leave for another engagement. So that's thank you very much, and big hand for you. And
thank you very much, and look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now, before we move to our next very eminent speaker, Mr. Yasu Furusawa, just to mention that every city has a very distinct skills or the comparative advantages and so on. As Seoul, Incheon, Gyeonggi partnered with UNEP to conduct the assessment of the air pollution strategies, policies, and the benefits. So the first report is coming very soon and will be launched next year. And that will be the sort of a big achievement to see that how in the air pollution Seoul has really moved forward. And now we will learn in one of the aspects where Tokyo has moved forward. And for that reason, let me invite Mr. Yasu Furusawa, who was born in Tokyo, but he got graduation from one of the best universities from Kyoto, as I lived in Kyoto for many years. So, and then he has been working with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government since 1982 and continuously working there. So you can see how the rich experience he has on the waste management and recycling for the Tokyo. and he is also the member of the Japanese Society of Material Cycles and Waste Management. That's a very leading academic body, and that also organized the 3R INC conference and so on. And he loves to study history of human and waste, as well as teach younger people for better environment in the future. So with that motivation, today we are looking forward to learn from Mr. Furusawa. So Furusawa-san, onegai shimasu. You are muted, Furusawa. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I believe your report will be very helpful for us. 감사합니다. I would like to say thank you to the city of Seoul for giving me this great opportunity today. I am Yasuo Furusawa from the Bureau of the Environment, Tokyo Metropolitan Government. I'm Chief Specialist for Circular Economy. Today, I would like to talk about Tokyo's circular economy policy and especially plastic strategy, which aims to achieve a decarbonized economy. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't move.
Page down.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. A 2019 report by UNEP's International Resource Panel found that about half of the world's total greenhouse gas emissions comes from the production of food and other materials. Please look at this pie chart. 17% of total greenhouse gas emissions are related to biomass production, such as food or timber, and 10% are related to mining and refining of metal resources. 60% for mining and refining of fossil fuels and petrochemicals, and 10% is related to the primary processing of mineral resources, such as cement production. I think the 16% for fossil include refining of fossil fuels for energy use, and the 17% of biomass does not include land use change CO2 emissions. In any case, it's true, about half of the total comes from food and materials. Therefore, the transition to a circular economy is the key to achieving a decarbonized net zero economy by 2050. Under these circumstances, what kind of contribution should a large city like Tokyo? Our population is about 13 million, and we have it means we have 13 million consumers. We consume lots of resources. And what should we do to realize a decarbonized world? In the Zero Emission Tokyo strategy, we formulated in 2019 we explained the concept of consumption-based greenhouse gas emissions, in short, CBE, using this figure. A city's CBE is the total GHG emissions from the supply chain of the various products and resources consumed by the city. In Tokyo, of course, a large amount of greenhouse gases are emitted from the consumption of energy, such as electricity, gas, and automobile fuel. But there are no cement kilns or steel blast furnaces that emit large amounts of CO2. Zero-emission Tokyo strategy associated policies for sustainable resource use with a contribution to CBE reduction outside the region as one of the responsibility of this big consumer city, which have or can have significant influence on energy and material use in Japan. The strategy clearly integrated circular economy policy and the decarbonization policy. Our efforts include promoting the use of low carbon materials in construction works, reducing food waste, and efforts toward sustainable use of plastics. The next page shows the actual calculation result of consumption-based emissions in Tokyo. According to our estimation, the quantity of Tokyo's consumption-based emissions in 2015 was 214 million tons of CO2 and 3 times larger than production-based conventional Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. This value may be slightly overestimated, but about 40% of total consumption-based emissions is related to the imported goods and imported goods and products, and especially, I think, imported from China and other Asian countries. Including these import-related emissions, approximately 70% of Tokyo's consumption-based emission is emitted outside of Tokyo. See the pie chart on the right. Looking at the breakdown by final demand sector, construction work is the largest in gross fixed capital formation. In other words, emissions related to the production of construction materials such as steel and cement are large. There are a wide variety of CBEs related to household consumption, but a detailed analysis shows that the emissions related to food consumption tend to be larger in Tokyo than in other regions of Japan. And conversely, due to the well-developed public transportation system, the CBE related to travel, like commuting, is smaller than other areas of Japan. From the point of view of consumption-based emissions, in addition to decarbonization of energy, we need to decarbonize our products and material use. The graph on the right shows resource consumption on the vertical axis and CO2 intensity on the horizontal axis. So the square area is the amount of CO2 emissions. As a vertical strategy to bring the square area closer to zero, material efficiency and sufficiency, including avoiding single-use products such as non-reusable packaging and containers, are necessary. As a horizontal strategy, we need clean technologies such as hydrogen reduction in steel making, but also effective utilization of recycled materials and sustainably regenerated biomass resources. In short, we need these circular approaches. I mentioned earlier about the reduction of food waste. According to an IPCC report, greenhouse gas emissions from the food system, from the global food system, account for 21 to 37% of total global emissions. And as everybody knows, having food waste by 2030 is a common global target. So TMG is working to change consumer behavior through a range of awareness-raising tools, as well as working with the private companies to develop the technologies to reduce food waste. For example, upcycling technology. For example, to produce craft beer from disaster-stored food with near expiry dates, or long life technologies such as quick freezing to preserve prepared food in restaurants while retaining good quality. And this slide shows the concept of CCC, carbon closed cycle. Emissions related to plastics are not as high as food. However, I believe that rethinking our use of plastics, especially disposable packaging and containers, will be a great opportunity to transform the linear economy into a circular economy. In 2019, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government launched the concept of CCC, carbon closed cycle. Plastic is mainly made of carbon. In order to prevent this carbon from being released into the atmosphere, it is first necessary to significantly reduce single-use plastics by prevention and reuse. On the other hand, it is almost impossible to completely abolish plastic containers. Sometimes they are useful, they are necessary to prevent food loss and waste. So we also need to develop closed-loop recycling technologies that returns used plastic products to resin, which is equivalent to virgin quality. Of course, transportation, processing, and for example, the cleaning of reusable containers must all be covered by renewable energy. As the economist Schumpeter said, innovation is a new combination. For example, a new combination of digital technology and traditional practice for the long use of products. Now we need two kinds of innovation. First, when it's innovation in business models. We have to rethink the way we make, sell and buy and use things. And we reduce significantly the amount of single-use plastics and to shift to a reuse-based economic system. And also we need innovation in recycling system and technology of plastics. First, we need easy to recycle product design and new collection schemes such as take-back scheme by retailers and manufacturers, and recycling technologies of plastics, including advanced sorting system, solvent-based recycling, depolymerization, and other chemical recycling technologies. In order to realize these innovations, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government has collaborated with various companies. Since last year, we have launched a policy called Project for Circular Innovation, and we are promoting various new business schemes. Some of them are on this slide. Loop is a very famous global platform for reuse. TMG, Tokyo Metropolitan Government, is collaborating with Loop since 2019. Re&Go is a new service provided by two Japanese companies in Tokyo. They provide reusable cups for takeouts from cafes and restaurants. And we're also collaborating with major consumer product manufacturers, including Unilever, Kao, P&G, and Lion, to develop a new take-back scheme and closed-loop recycling technologies of plastic bottles for personal care products and detergents. Let me introduce you to Loop. As many of you already know, Loop is a global platform for reuse. Many major brands and retailers are working with Loop to make and sell products in reusable containers and also collect used containers. They say the goal is to make reuse easy and convenient and affordable. Loop has already launched services in the United States, Canada, in the United Kingdom, France, Australia, and Japan, with plans to expand to other countries. In Japan, they started their service in Tokyo and surrounding areas, but now they are expanding the business to Western Japan. These photos show the main loop products sold in Japan. Pocari Sweat in a reusable container in the Apple Center has become a hit product this summer. The picture on the upper right is taken when Loop announced its expansion in Japan 3 years ago with Mr. Tom Sakin of Loop and representatives of participating companies and the governor of Tokyo. This photo shows Loop products and collection boxes lined up at the supermarket storefront of Aeon, Japan's largest distribution company. And Re&Go, it's a new service started by the two Japanese companies. They aim to promote a reduction of container, single-use container, and providing this service. They started this service cooperating with Starbucks and other convenience stores. And now Re&Go cup service is in test phase in the central area of Tokyo. And consumers can easily subscribe to this service using LINE app. And they will launch in all over Japan in the next year. The target for 2025 is 14 million cups and 1,200 shops. These are their targets in 2025. And Tokyo Metropolitan Government held a webinar called the Circular Innovation Forum last year to mutually share our experiences with many cities and industries around the world. As you can see in the picture, in addition to the governor of Tokyo, the deputy mayor of Amsterdam, who leads circular economy policies, also attended. We would like to hold similar forums in the future. We are looking forward to your participation from Seoul. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Furusawa-sama. It's very insightful presentation. We will come to Q&A after all the speakers' presentations. Thank you. So now let's move to our third distinguished speaker, Ms. Romana Lebrov. She is Executive Director of Platform for Accelerating the Circular Economy, what we call PACE. And so Ms. Lebrov is managing the stakeholders within PACE, who are including the leading corporations, governments, academia, innovators, to achieve the goal of the doubling the circularity or accelerating the circularity. And prior to joining the World Resource Institute, Romana was working at the intersection of global climate, innovation, and finance at Roots of Impact as the Chief Executive Officer of Spring Accelerator and also the Chief Operating Officer of the Inogi Innovation Hub. And she has been also the part of the multinationals such as Unilever and PepsiCo. She has founded several innovative businesses, including circular transport and energy, and funded more than 20 startups and mentoring several hundred impacts innovations. So without further ado, and also just before I hand over to Ms. Lebrov, she will also be going for another engagement. So if you have any questions, so we will have Q&A just after her presentation. So at that note, let me invite Ms. Romana Lebrov, please. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Memon, and thank you also to Furusawa-san and to Tim Forsland for their excellent presentations. We've heard a lot this morning or afternoon already about how important circularity is to biodiversity, to climate, and to cities. But I wanted to speak a little bit this afternoon to try and talk about why it's not happening more. Because I think we actually have very, very good data now and very good examples and inspiration, and yet circularity is still not the norm in most places. So the work of PACE, which, as Dr. Memon says, is a way of bringing together groups for radical collaboration and scalability, is really about accelerating the circular economy, making it the norm rather than an exceptional or experimental state for many cities. So I think we've touched on some of these things already. I'll go quickly through them. The first thing is, what is really a circular economy? We've talked a bit about the reduction of material inputs while bearing in mind trade-offs, for example, not wishing to eliminate plastic entirely because it can be very useful, but also innovative business models that keep products and components in use. For example, the workwear and textile example that Tim Forsland mentioned is an excellent one. And to also think about abundance, as Tim Forsland mentioned. There are local materials that can often be used if they are repositioned and communicated differently. But really the goal of this is to make sure that we are as mindful as possible of the Earth's limited resources, and that we also allow for a just transition, as it is known, to allow everyone on the Earth to prosper and yet not to take more from the Earth than it has to give. We've seen a lot of the data, and because PACE is within the World Resources Institute, there is a lot of very, very good granular data about the large opportunities to use circular economy in order to reduce greenhouse gases and the impact on biodiversity. But there are also some very important smaller areas which are going to be growing very quickly. And one of the things we will be doing as PACE in the next year is focusing on the importance of circular economy in the energy transition. There are a number of critical materials and minerals that if we do not figure out a way to recover and repurpose, we will be facing a very large and very problematic gap in scaling the energy transition. And as I said before, the impact there on a just transition that allows everyone in the world access to the right resources. I would also say that a lot of the focus on circular economy has so far talked about the recovery and reuse of materials. So what happens when a product is already in the world and needs to be handled either reused or disposed of responsibly? But actually a lot of the circular economy challenge is to think more broadly than products. It's really to start at the very beginning of design. Not only design of products, but also design of cities, design of taxation systems, design of policies, and design of collaboration. Because this is not a technical challenge purely or an innovation challenge. It is really a challenge about human collaboration, will, and imagination that we find. So that, to my mind, is just to be very clear, circularity is not the goal. It is a means toward an end for a better world for all of us. I'm just going to move quickly to some of the learnings that have happened as cities have tried to implement circularity. I have chosen 3 European examples only because I believe they have yielded some very interesting and public learning about their experiences that may be interesting for the city of Seoul or just interesting to compare with the various experiences. So Stockholm and the government of Sweden in general has for a very long time been quite eco-conscious and thoughtful about resources. And the city of Stockholm itself has run through several rounds of trying to implement circularity at the city level. A few interesting learnings have emerged from this. The first is the thought of eco-cycles. And the other presenters have also shared these sorts of system diagrams that look at almost a city as an organic environment that allows you to see exactly how things are moving through the system and to think about how to make those cycles as closed as possible with resource use. But one of the things they learned is the first time they tried this, they focused very much on the systems and processes within the municipal government, bringing together departments who handled waste collection, sewage and water, etc. But the second and third times they did it, they actually involved many members of the community who had both extremely good ideas to offer, but were also far more likely to participate in this system and make sure that it reached its full potential because they had been involved in the design process. And I believe this is something that is often overlooked, as there are very many technical and complex issues in implementing a circular city. The opportunity to really include citizens in the design process and in the socialization, I believe, is critical for success. I also believe it's important not to focus too closely just on carbon reduction, but also on things like quality of life. Because at the end of the day, many of the outcomes of a circular city implementation actually make life more pleasant, less polluted, and more really of what a city should have, which is not stress by bringing people together, but joy. So the next example I wanted to mention is Paris. Paris has not always been a particularly circular city, but it has had in recent years some very interesting innovations in urban planning and also in citizen engagement. So, for example, this photo here is of a new eco-district, a completely repurposed and reimagined area of Paris, which used to be brownfield site, the site of railway depots, and actually quite contaminated as its environment. The entire design of this borough was thought through from the beginning with extremely energy efficient housing, a mixed use environment, but also a very clear focus on allowing sufficient social housing to allow for diversity in the borough. Because actually a very high proportion, 50%, was allocated to social housing. As we know, in many cities, housing affordability is an enormous challenge, and there's no reason not to rethink those aspects of the city at the same time as you're thinking about environmental issues. The housing was arranged around a 10-hectare park, which also included built-in, you can see here the wet ditch, actually built-in features for flooding and urban resilience and water management, something which unfortunately, given climate change, we need to think far more about, but which not every city takes into account when they are planning new districts. And then the third element that's very interesting about this particular district is there have been a number of business model innovations built into the city, space for collaboration with urban gardens, and local agriculture production, food upcycling, and various other things. And this has the advantage not only of providing interesting new employment opportunities, but building a form of social enterprise and social cohesion that can again be very crucial to the adoption and scaling of these practices. So this is a very nice example of really thinking through what an entire new city district can look like from a circular perspective. And the final example I wanted to mention here is Vienna. Vienna has had a very interesting experience of collaborating quite widely, not only at the city level, but also at the regional European level, and focusing on the known health benefits of creating green spaces. Also thinking about how to create these green spaces in a way that is regenerative. Regenerative for the forests surrounding Vienna, for actually vineyards. The city actually produces some of its own wine, but also building in a thoughtful regeneration of its housing stock, including social considerations. So many of the examples we've heard of this morning have very, very important environmental consequences. But I thought, given those great examples we've heard about, it might be interesting to share also this idea of the social and solidarity benefits of a circular approach to city planning and city implementation. So therefore, just in summary, if you're going to think about circularity in cities, you need some very, very different kinds of collaboration than is customarily used between, not just between departments, but also with citizens. And there are many, many good tools now for digital citizen participation that make this much easier than it would have been in the past. You also need a pretty constant flow of information. And this is again where technology can help. There are ideas of the smart city, but this is really about the sensible and future-oriented city, because what you need to know is how is the city performing as an organic system, and what kinds of lessons can you also share with other cities that may face similar challenges. And then finally, to round up, the importance of citizen participation, citizen co-design is not to be underestimated, because that is how we will actually scale these practices in various cities. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Labrov. And as you have to leave, so quickly I'm looking at some of the questions we have. And first question we have is about the financing. As we all discuss about the challenges with the financing, the circular economy, and the business models related with the circular economy, whether it be the major scale multinationals or the startups. So can you please share some of the experiences for the funding these cases where we can get some practical and valuable insights from you? Thank you.
Yes, I'm very happy to. My background is actually about financing systems change and innovation. So I have a few thoughts to share. Excuse me. The first is, it often costs more to do the right thing. If you look at, for example, the building of passive house to passive house standard, which is extremely energy efficient and very health promoting, it may cost a developer or a builder between 5 and 15% at the most to build a passive house. But the benefits that continue to pay out for the residents, for the environment, and so on are much greater than that. So the question is, how do you finance the gap? Because no commercial entity will willingly, unless they are quite exceptional or have private control, will willingly spend more or invest more, knowing that things will cost more and therefore put them at a competitive disadvantage. So one of the important elements of financing these transitions is to look for blended finance, is actually to quantify the size of the gap between doing business as usual and doing something with enormous benefit, and then seek contribution from public or philanthropic funders to effectively fund the benefits of doing the right thing. And this approach has been used quite successfully, although at relatively small scale still, in biodiversity, regenerative agriculture, social finance considerations, for example, affordable housing. It needs to be much more mainstream than it is. I think the second way to think about financing is if you are looking at corporates, in particular for transition finance, we have the excellent example of things like green bonds, climate bonds, and sustainability-linked loans that can allow for businesses to actually access preferentially priced debt financing in order to invest in this kind of transition, because often you will need to build very different infrastructure. So those are two of the tactics. And the third that I would simply mention to round off is venture capital has a very interesting role to play and should be doing much more in funding breakthrough innovations that can allow them to compete at scale with business as usual, because the amount of funding that's available for venture is actually quite significant. So those would be three I would mention.
Thank you. And just before, I know you have to, and also the time difference wise, so you have to leave. But just very quickly, that's because that question is close to my heart. That we usually talk about the success or the advantages like Vienna, Stockholm, Paris. But have you seen some of their challenges which have slowed down circular economy there in those three cities?
Absolutely, and thank you for asking the question. Something we try and do at PACE is to encourage a much more open form of information sharing, including failures, overruns, things that have not gone according to plan. Because so many of these things are so new, they are not at the scale of perfection that we've come to expect from repeatable processes. I think there's been a lot of learning around what makes for a good process. And I think partly the role of education is not to be underestimated, but also the need to bring very different kinds of specialists together. Quite often the missed opportunity, for example, is around bringing citizens into the process, but also I would say that the greater specialization in particular functions or ministries at a governmental level sometimes means it's not effective to find a way for them to collaborate naturally. So I would say that that is something that makes things a lot slower, a lot more difficult, a lot more painful, and sometimes hard to do at anything other than the most local level, or where you have a new project like the eco-district of Clichy-Batignolles, where everything could be reimagined rather than transformed. So there's a lot to learn from tough experiences. It's not as easy as it looks.
Thank you. So we will be, we will stay tuned to the pace to learn from the experiences, continue with you. And so once again, thank you very much. And sorry for the time difference. So thank you, Ms. Lebrov. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Kamsahamnida. Have a very good rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, let's move to our fourth distinguished speaker, Arnold Passinier. As you know, he comes from the Netherlands. And Netherlands is one of the key countries in the circular economy because of the limited resources they had, including the land, and how they really go around to make this happen. So we always learn from Netherlands for circular economy in one way or other, as we learn for the green growth from Seoul. So now, without further ado, let me invite Ms. Arnold Passinier, who is a strategic advisor on circular economy at the International Department of Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management in the Netherlands. He has master's degree in political sciences, international relations, and he has a long track in shaping the circular economy on the national and as well as the European level, as well as at the global level, focusing on the innovations, bringing together stakeholders in and between the material value chains, especially the rare earth metals, which we all know is also a political challenge. And also he's looking at the plastics, textiles, and many other important sectors within the circular economy. The European Plastic Pact, which was had in March 22, and the Denim Deal, October 20, were one of the key achievements where he was involved. On the global level, he focuses his efforts on the collaboration and also the bilateral international development and international conferences and so on. So without further ado, let me hand over to Mr. Arnold Passinier for his presentation on the Netherlands experiences with circular economy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Memon. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to talk with you about circular economy, one issue which is close to my heart. I'm working already for 12 years on the circular economy, and I think we have a great opportunity to create that circular economy worldwide, to not only solve several environmental issues, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, but at the same time create opportunities to innovate, to create jobs, etc. So it's my pleasure. What struck me was the one of the issues raised by my previous speaker, Romano Livrov, that she said, well, why is it still not the standard in the economy to become circular? Well, and next slide, please. And I would like to elaborate more on that, because we are now in the middle of our second national circular economy program. The first was on the same date as the Finnish circular economy program, by the way, on the 14th of September 2016. We are now in the middle of our next phase, as we feel it also. Please, next slide, please. So it's we came to the conclusion that well, the first phase was sharing the objectives of fully circular economy in 2050, and trying to become halfway in 2030, with all sorts of sectors, biomass and food, plastics, manufacturing industry, the built environment, consumer goods, etc. But now we are in the phase that we should be much more driving the scale up of innovations, driving the legal frameworks to make a system which is resilient, where companies can earn money with becoming circular economy, instead of being small and dependent on subsidies, etc. So for that, I would like to focus my presentation on several instruments we set and are developing in our program. So first of all, of course, it's very important that you regulate what you don't want to have, such as the landfill ban. We started that in the 1980s. Now we are trying to phase out incineration, because it's a lock-in in our system where people, if they have waste, they want to get rid of it, and well, incineration, then you get rid of it, but it's a waste of valuable raw materials. So in the end, if you create a recycling sector, then you have to disincentivize the things you don't want. And for that, targets are set. We are in discussion with the waste management companies on phasing out incineration, to make it also better possible to have the recycling business strong and future-proof. At the same time, regulation can work also to set new targets. The European Commission launched a few years ago the Single-Use Plastics Directive, and we set legal targets on reuse. And what you see is that with those targets, the industry is rethinking their business models, rethinking what can we do to reach those targets. We have to change. They know. And for that, it's very essential that on the one hand we set targets. At the same time, and that's the second one, we incentivize the market to rethink their business models, their products, their materials, material use. And of course, it helps if there is a tax on CO2 emissions, incineration and export, but also I think that's a key instrument in policies and regulation. It's also about EPR systems, so extended producer responsibility, where innovation is promoted. So we are in the middle of a transition, so not everything is perfect, but we have to learn. We have to give a bonus to companies really innovating to make products much more designed for reuse, designed for disassembly, designed for recycling, and with an eco-modulation, a tariff differentiation between what products and packaging will be on the market, will be placed on the market. Companies should be incentivized for that. The other thing which can help enormously, and I think Tim Forsland already mentioned it, circular procurement. What we can do as governments, national but also local, is an enormous incentive with our procurement, with our tenders that we set to challenge the industry to come with new standards, circular standards, and also new solutions for the investments we are planning to do. So circular procurement should be one of the main elements in your government strategies. And of course, we have also as a government, and we are planning to intensify the redesign of business models, products, and materials by subsidizing workshops for businesses to that they can rethink their models, what they place on the market, and we have already since 2016 a lot of experiences, positive experiences with those workshops. So we subsidized it. It's workshops within companies, but also between companies, that they are challenged to rethink their model, and it delivered a lot of innovations as well. And now we are in the phase to create also a knowledge platform on redesign. I think that that helps also. But to mention another example, we invested as a Dutch government also in the national test center for circular plastics, where companies can test their new packaging, their new plastics, not only about because of their design, but also how does it behave in sorting and recycling processes. So that's an example of how we promote the redesign of the products and materials. And of course, we have to invest much more in collection, sorting, and recycling, and not only on a low level, but we have learned from earlier experiences that if you want to use the recycled materials in the process in products again, then you have to create a high standard of recycling. So quality issues are much more important than in earlier days. So for that, it's very important to underline that process. If you want to close the loop, you have to look at the quality of materials. And we have now really promising innovations, not only on mechanical recycling, on sorting of textiles, by example, but also on mechanical and chemical recycling. Last but not least, and that's what I've done in the previous years a lot, is to innovate together. You can regulate and incentivize the market, but it's not enough. So you have to collaborate closely in the value chain, because we as the Japanese have not that many resources in the Netherlands, so we have to import a lot of resources. So you have to collaborate in the value chain, cross borders. So internationally, the textile value chain is an example. We work within the denim deal, which is a collaborative approach to promote recycled, post-consumer recycled content in textiles, to work closely with Turkish spinners, weavers, and manufacturers to close the loop. So, and for that you need that collaborative approach, and it's a very successful one. And hopefully also within the textile business sector, we will see that many more countries, but also production facilities will join this collaborative approach to close the loop on a high level. And of course, that's only closing the loop. because we know that for making impact on CO2 emissions, by example, reuse and refill models are also very important. And by example, we work closely with the big multinational companies on the packaged products in Indonesia to develop a roadmap on reuse and refill systems over there. So it should be not only in the Netherlands or in Europe implemented. We have to work in parallel in different countries to find the solutions to make reuse and refill systems work. One last issue I want to address, and that's you see in the left upper corner. It's not only about the development of the circular economy from the low left to the right upper corner, but it's also about having attention to the losers of the circular economy, those who have to adapt their businesses to the new defaults, and for that you have to pay attention to that. Create a new dialogue on what that means, and you have to include them in your strategies. So it's very important to do that. And well, it helps if not only the governments set the targets and the regulations, but as Ramona Liberov already said, it's also about creating the enabling environment in finance. We are also working internationally, nationally and internationally on circular finance, and create a roadmap to not only have blended finance, but also looking at the right definitions, data, methodologies, and indicators to help those financial institutions to assess all the proposals from industry to see if it's really circular or not. I think if they are going to work together with us as governments, then it helps a lot to change the system. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honored Pasinier, for very insightful or highly experienced advice. And we will come back to Q&A after our last distinguished speaker. So let me turn to Mr. Xiao Kai, who is the Executive Vice President of China Association of Circular Economy. And he has over 20 years of experience in energy conservation and circular economy. He has master's degree in business administration from Peking University. And Xiao Kai is a senior engineer and is also the member of different professional associations. And he's also the member of National Technical Committee and also on the energy systems. So his presentation will be in Chinese. So may I kindly request all you to use the Zoom translation function to choose either English or Korean, or you can stay tuned in Chinese. So let me hand over to our last distinguished speaker, Mr. Xiao Kai. Sir, floor is yours.
好，谢谢主持人。非常高兴能够参加今天的这个论坛。听了刚才各位专家的介绍。
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be part of this forum. I would like to thank all the previous presenters for their presentation. We heard from Finland, Japanese, Japan, and Netherlands speakers. Globally, the circular economy is very important. It is very important for China as well. Please, the next slide. Today, I will talk mainly about 2 points. The first is the progress and outcome of the circular economy in China. And then I will move on and elaborate on zero waste cities that are being built in China. Next page, please. When we talk about the circular economy, we usually think about the 3 R's. As you can see here, China places great importance on establishing a circular economy. Here in this photo, you can see President Xi at the latest Party Congress in China said that China will continue to improve and build a circular economy to efficiently utilize resources. And a key point of his speech was about green transition. Then how can we bring about green transition? One of the most important paths to green transition is building a circular economy. So by improving the efficiency of resource utilization, we can build a circular economy. And by doing so, we can transition our economy into a green economy. This slide shows a concept of circular economy. I will not dive into further details, but allow me to elaborate on one point. In China, in 2009, the Circular Economy Promotion Act was passed. So my association, along with the different departments and ministries of China, is now working on revising this legislation because there are some pieces of the legislation that do not reflect the reality today. So we will continue with this work of revising this legislation to better reflect reality. And so we are working with various Chinese departments, and we have requested a revision of this legislation, and I expect that the China Circular Economy Promotion Act to be revised soon. And I think one of the key differences will be that the name of the legislation will change from Circular Economy Promotion Act to just a Circular Economy Act. Here you can see the major milestones of a circular economy in China. There are largely 2 parts. The first part is from 2004 to 2020. During this time, this is considered in China as the first phase of circular economy development. During this time, the circular economy was established as an important strategy for the Chinese economy. And in the second part, you can see that there is a difference. There has been more and more policies established towards a circular economy, and we are seeing more specific policies. So we have entered this second phase, this latter phase, and in this second phase, we can see all these changes because China has announced its carbon neutrality goals. And I believe that these goals provide a clear direction forward for the circular economy. And now I will elaborate further on the progress and outcome since the 18th National Progress of CPC. So I will talk about the progress and outcomes since 2012. Here you can see the figures. When compared to 2012, China's resource output increased some 56.8%, or actually the comprehensive utilization rate of bulk solid waste reached 56.8%. And this is an important figure because this is a result of many different actions and measures. For instance, in industrial lands, we have applied a circular economy concept, and so we have been managing better bulk solid waste. And as I mentioned earlier, the comprehensive utilization rate of bulk solid waste increased by about 16%. And you can see that the utilization rates of other materials has also increased. And next, I would like to talk about waste metal and waste steel. As mentioned by one of the experts earlier, we are also dealing with waste plastic. And all these resources can be collected and reused or recycled. So how can we reutilize these resources, existing resources, and use them as new resources? This is the essence of the problem. And I have to say, we have reached or achieved quite a lot in this realm. When compared to 2012, we have seen a twofold rise in the collection of the 9 different types of waste. And the next part is something that many people are interested in. And I think that the international community also places a great importance on preventing plastic pollution. The Chinese government has put forth different policies to prevent plastic pollution. What is emphasized here is to manage the full life cycle of plastic and to reduce the environmental impact of waste plastic. And this also touches upon eco-friendly packaging. And one feature of China's growing economy is that you can see we have seen the development of many different delivery and goods apps. And packaging, therefore, has had a significant impact on the environment. So we are thinking about how we can reduce the impact of packaging on the environment. We're also thinking about how we can change packaging into more eco-friendly materials. So these are some of the issues that we are dealing with under the circular economy concept. Now I would like to move on to the next steps in terms of developing a circular economy. Where are we going to focus our attention on? China is going to pursue a comprehensive resource conservation initiative. And so with related ministries and departments, China's People's Party Central Committee and the State Council have received reports on how to promote the integrated conservation of energy, water, grain, land, minerals, and raw materials. As the Japanese expert mentioned earlier, I think that in this area, we need to learn a lot from China because they seem to have made a lot of progress. So these are some of the key tasks. The first area is building an industrial ecosystem that conserves resources. As I mentioned earlier, we hope to apply circularity to industrial sites, to reuse mass solid waste, and also to establish a system of circularity for waste. And the second has to do with collecting and reusing waste, and also remanufacturing and trading of second-hand products. This is the second task we're going to focus on. The third has to do with the circularity in agriculture. Specifically, we will focus on recycling agricultural material and also reusing agricultural and forest waste. And we believe that the use of biomass is also important. Due to time constraints, I will just touch upon the key points regarding a zero-waste city pilot program. The zero-waste city was created by the relevant ministry, and it is an advanced urban management concept. So it doesn't mean that there is no solid waste generation at all, nor does it mean that solid waste can be completely resourceful. It means that we try to minimize the environmental impact of solid waste and also try to recycle solid waste and also minimize the amount of landfill. So in the zero-waste city, it's very closely connected to the concept of circular economy. It is inseparable from the concept of circular economy. Next, with regard to the Zero Waste City pilot program, one of the most important aspects is that in the first stage, the pilot cities had great results. And as we move on into the second stage of the pilot program, we have assigned 100 cities to carry out this pilot program. So in the first stage, there were 11 cities that took part in this pilot program in 5 regions, and we were able to complete 850 tasks. They related to institutional, technical, market, and regulatory tasks, and the total investment exceeded 125 billion RMB. And we were able to develop best practices and models through this pilot program. And there were some challenges, but we hope to continue to discuss these challenges with our experts. I will not be able to finish all of my presentation. Please refer to my presentation material. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Zhao Kai. Very interesting insights and your great work under this council. So now let's go to our Q&A session for our 3 distinguished speakers, including Mr. Yasuo Furusawa and Mr. Arnold Passinier and Mr. Zhao Kai. So I will be taking the turns on the questions to all these 3 distinguished speakers as we receive the questions. So first of all, let me request Mr. Furusawa for the first question, that according to your presentation, that Tokyo's consumption-based emissions are 3 times higher than the production-based emissions. Considering this, what prevention measures in Tokyo should be scaled to achieve most emission reductions, especially focusing on consumption side? as you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. All right. It's a very important question. In most cities, in most major cities in developed countries, consumption-based emissions are larger than production-based emissions. Yes, in these consumer cities. Of course, we have to reduce the CBE from construction materials, from food or plastics. First thing we have to do is to disseminate the concept of the CBE to the citizens of our city, because sometimes citizens and consumers can't understand the emissions in the supply chain of the products they consume. Yes, saving energy, it's very simple and it's easy to understand. But the concept of consumption-based emissions or carbon footprint is difficult to understand. And to calculate it, of the carbon emission of each product, it's a very hard task. But we have to educate people. We have to raise awareness about what we are doing in the supply chain. I think that's the most important thing. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very good response for us to understand the difficulties in estimating the carbon emissions from each product and how to overcome. So I will come back to you. Now let me go to the first question to Mr. Passinier also. As from the Netherlands, we learned a lot, as I already mentioned, the circular economy at the center of Netherlands. Now for global learning for others, especially when we are focusing on the shared economy models. But that model brings a lot of challenges with the regulations, with the conflicts of the interest, with the public-private sectors, and including also the inheritance investments, which are locked up already, and so on. So what is your suggestion how to push shared economy as one of the key tools for the circular economy? Over to you, sir, Ms. Passinier.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. It's a really tough question because the sharing economy is not well developed in everywhere in the world. Although sometimes we can learn from, for example, Indonesia with Gojek, as what they did with other new business models. But to underline the importance of the sharing economy, I think it's they can have a huge impact on material footprint on the one side, but also CO2 emissions on the other side. So I think that looking at the possibilities, the opportunities of a sharing economy, it's huge. And to come back to what I said about the regulations, setting targets. Also, financiers are looking very closely to what governments set as targets for the coming years. Not only about CO2 emissions, but also the materials, etc. And what we see in the Netherlands is that sharing models in the mobility sphere, but also in clothing and housing, social housing, and using of consumer goods. Financiers are really interested in financing those companies. So you see it on television that with marketing a few years ago, you didn't see any of these having promote themselves by that kind of media. And I think it helps a lot to set that at the same time that the prices are going up worldwide on housing, on mobility, on energy, and of course on housing as well. So what we try to do as a government also is to incentivize the industry to look for other opportunities to refuse the use of materials or products, and the Airbnbs and the Spotify's are really great examples of how you can create services without using any products at all. But what we see with the sharing economy is that we have new companies like Go Sharing, sharing the scooters in the streets, so you don't have to buy one by yourself. Vinted is a company which is promoting the reuse of and resale of discarded clothing, and social housing companies create a system where tools which you need as a drilling machine, like or garden tools, etc., to share that together with all the inhabitants of the social housing neighborhoods. So there are a lot of that's kind of examples where the sharing economy is coming up. But for sure, it's with the huge impact that they can have, a lot can be created. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, very much, and especially as you already pointed out, this is a new area, and where we have so many things to learn together to push the shared economy. So now let me move to our another distinguished speaker, Xiaokai. As you mentioned about the zero waste cities. Now, there's no a zero waste in absolute numbers, but it's zero to me is a diagram, is a circle. So smaller the circle or smaller the zero, better. So if we have a zero waste at the homes, zero waste in the neighborhoods, zero waste in the cities, better than zero waste across like a transboundary movement within the country. So how the Chinese cities are really promoting the zero waste in their cities, and what is your advice to other cities outside China to achieve zero waste cities? Do you want me to repeat how Chinese cities are achieving zero waste, and what is your advice for other cities outside China for zero waste?
Thank you for your question. I think it's a very good question. How can we achieve zero waste cities? I think we heard from the many experts, they have all mentioned it. But as the speaker from Finland mentioned, for achieving circular economy and also for achieving zero waste cities, I think it's really important to come up with a model that best fits that region. So all cities must build circular economy cities and zero waste cities that best suit their local situation. And this goes the same for China as well. As you know, China is a very vast country, and all the cities have different features and characters. The northeast region has many affluent and well-developed cities, and in other regions of China, you have cities that are rather underdeveloped, that have a lot of potential to develop further. And if you look at the differences in the southern and northern parts of China, there is significant difference. So I believe that China will develop zero-waste cities on very different models. Then how can we pursue different models for different cities? I think that the government needs to take the initiative. The government needs to set policies. It needs to establish policies, and these policies can form the basis on which companies can transition into a circular economy, and cities can achieve zero waste. And from this perspective, as I mentioned in my presentation, the government has put forth many different policies, and so it does have a law and policies on circular economies, and it also has a comprehensive opinion on bulk solid waste, and it also has one on the utilization of waste resources. And also, relatedly, China is very actively pursuing different pilot projects. So they designate cities, for instance, maybe 60 to 70 cities, and or they select 50 companies to engage in pilot projects. And through these pilot projects, China is implementing policies in the different regions, and the companies are following the lead and also implementing policies. And I think the second point I would like to raise has to do with technological capabilities. Mentioned by the Finland speaker, we were talking about the sharing economy. I think that we need technological foundation for the sharing economy, and that is actually how that economy has bloomed. It has bloomed on technology. We have the sharing scooters and also the second-hand market. And so you cannot really separate the sharing economy with technology. So the Chinese Science Technology Department has announced a special plan regarding bulk solid waste. And this, under this new plan, they are encouraging companies to engage in developing technology to better treat bulk solid waste. And they also have similar plans and strategies for environmental protection. So the government does need to take the central initiative in putting forth the policies, and regularly the Chinese government is also revising these plans, and it is also providing incentives to this end. And one other point I want to mention is green finance. The Chinese government, on a national basis, has set up a green growth fund. The National Green Growth Fund is usually used for energy conservation, circular economy, and environmental protection. So, also, I want to talk about standards. I think building standards is very important in developing circular economies and circular cities, and in also building cities. China feels that standardization is also a very important issue. So we must achieve standardization, among other things, and perhaps it is the most urgent. And besides national standards, we also need to build industry standards, and we also need to engage the forerunners in building industry standards. So the few pioneers can come together to build industry standards to present a way forward for the broader circular economy economy. And we need to do this in a systematic and institutional method. Many different sectors need to take part, and industry partners and the government also need to collaborate with each other in order to build standards. And these are some of the areas that China will continue to work toward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Very detailed and very
네, 아주 상세하면서도 또 통찰력 깊은 답변 감사드립니다.
As I'm looking at the time, we are already behind, but we have such distinguished speakers here that I really want to continue even whole day the session to learn from them, but we have to limit ourselves because of time. So my last request to each of you three distinguished speakers, can you give advice in one sentence from your heart that what should we do to achieve circular economy for climate change? So I go to first Furusawa-sama to get that advice, then to other two speakers. Over to you, sir, Furusawa-sama.
Please give me 2 sentences.
Okay, sure.
First, we need circular innovations, and innovation means new combinations, which means we need collaboration between people in different industries, different fields. And second, governments and NGOs and our international organizations and associations we are here today, we can help to create a new opportunity for such a networking between people in different fields. For example, this conference organized by Seoul City is one of the great examples. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Furusawa-sama. Now, let me request Mr. Passinier for his advice to us.
Yes, we have to change the whole economy worldwide. So we should collaborate closely between governments, between companies, between also financial institutions to create that system and destroy the system of a linear economy together. And we can't do it on our own. So we need each other worldwide, and let's get together in more of these conferences, workshops, to deep dive on the specific aspects of the circular economy and how to make that transition and how to accelerate that transition.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Kai, please, your advice to us.
So I would like to talk about 2 points. First is that we need international cooperation and exchanges. I agree with what the previous speakers have said. I think in order to build a circular economy, we need global consensus and global cooperation. And the second is we need digitalization, and to combine this with a green economy through digitalization, we can make that shift transition to a green economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this was really interesting. And as every city like Seoul has a lot of experience on the green growth, and they support international cooperation on green growth. So similarly to Tokyo, the Netherlands, and also to China. So I would rather request Seoul that they should convert all these valuable advices, the presentations into the training module. And so Seoul can really share this training module to the world. And because, I mean, really highly distinguished speakers shared their experiences today. So I'm really thankful to them. So we should give them a big hand. And on that note, we continue to support our work under their advice, and we're looking forward to see this world a beautiful place to live. So back to the MC, please. Thank you very much, everyone.
Well, thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Mushak, and our 5 speakers once again. 네, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. 네,
Thank you very
고맙습니다.
much.
Thank you. 네, 함께 해주신 모든 연사분들과
I would like to thank all the speakers and all the participants online. Once again, thank you for staying with us. And with that, we would like to close day one of the Seoul International Forum on Climate and Environment 2022. Once again, I would like to thank everyone for staying with us until the very end of day one. Tomorrow begins at 10 a.m. Tomorrow's theme is resource circulation and citizen participation and co-benefits of circular economy. So we have 3 sessions under these respective themes. The third session is related to citizen participation. And those of you who have registered to take part as citizens, please join us on the 8th floor of the Seoul Metropolitan Government building. Once again, thank you very much, everybody. We will see you tomorrow here. Thank you.